1960 on the clock face, 4 a.m. bleeding through the blinds, phone glow, floor cold, heart race, can't tell the truth from the lines. Bethany says, can we go home? I laugh, but I'm not alright. Everyone kind, everybody jokes, nobody sees frostbite. Pretty much at 4 a.m. my brain says it happened, I don't know when. Thought it was a dream, but I knew it was a lie. Only thing I don't know is why. Can't tell right from wrong tonight. Bethany wants to go, I hold too tight. Everyone is super nice, but nobody knows my soul is cold as ice. Fake crying in the bathroom glass, red eyes, but I'm still dry. I talk big, then I walk it back. Can't look myself in the eye. Pretty much friends and such around. Must have been drunk, but I ain't trained. Hate the way my words fall down. My lies hurt people, I think.
Little man on the scene trying to sound real tough. Standing on a stool, still ain't tall enough. Reaching for the counter like daddy, pick me up. Wants his lukewarm brew in his favorite sippy cup. Baby pain, stomp those socks. Tiny little sneakers, big boy talk. Puffs that chest, can't lift the lock. Bangs on the door till the hinges pop. Baby pain, just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pain, wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. Yeah, Poor little guy ain't got one friend. Crying to his mama, why's it all gotta end? Why? Tears on the floor. Kicks his legs, then he's back for more. Fake mean mug with the jelly on his chin. Throws one punch, then he runs back in. Hides behind mom when the world swings back. Wants big boots, still rocking snacks. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Stomping up and down, red face, small frame. Tiny little storm trying to make it rain. Wah, that's his war cry. Big boy dreams in a shirt size 5. Baby pay. Just a little guy thinks he running the game. Baby pay. Wants a big desk, can't spell his name. In charge of the case, I don't think so. Give him some toys and shut that door. All he wants is to feel that large, but I'm the one in charge. I'm the one in charge. Yeah. Later. County loser. Yeah. Later County losers playing the game. Telling their stories, gotta keep them the same. Nothing rings honest, every word bent strange. Nothing true in the room, so who takes the blame? Is it Billy Ashley or Payne in the back? Smirks in the hallway, ink on the stack. Sign on the line while they grin and they grin. Every handshake dirty, every deal is a spin. Government scam, what's real, what's scam? Devil inside, ugly out in the frame. Ugly out in the frame. Yeah, prosecuting wrong ones, protecting the worst. Bless the corrupt while the honest get cursed. Judge in your pocket, papers in flames. Ice P on the wire playing the same old game. Shake down the weak while you toast to order. Build your kingdom on the broken border. Truth on trial with his hands in chains, but the guilty walk free, laughing off the stains. Government fam, government scam. What's truth? What's sham? They swear to saviors holding that book, but cross that line, see how quick they cook. Lake Talk County losers, you all look the same. Devil in your eyes, but you're hiding the fangs. Bill Ashley and pain on my shame, shame, shame. Look in the mirror, who you see? You all look the same. Devil inside, ugly out in the frame. Ugly out in the frame. Look in the mirror, tell me what you see. Halo on your head, or the smoke from the heat. You can burn that robe, you can change that name, but the stain stays red, you can't wash that blame. Lake Talk County losers, you all look the same. Devil in your eyes, but you're hiding the fangs. Bill Ashley and pain on my shame, shame, shame. Look in the mirror, who you see? You all look the same. Devil inside, ugly out in the frame.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Great to see you here with us today. Thank you for joining us. I hope you're having a great day. Welcome. Back to part 2 of the Dr. Turvey interview breakdown and discussion, as well as some other things I'm going to add to this I think are important to go over relating to this as well. We're going to go back a little bit to a couple hearings and stuff to show you some things. So, I'm glad you guys are here for it. I will put the link in here in just one moment and get that started. So, for those of you that are here, that is what we're doing. Thank you so much for joining us. Please share it out. Please hit the like button if you will. And that being said, let's do it. Here we go.
Neon lights flicker like broken halos. Whispers gather in the smoke-filled air. Tables carved with secrets and shadows. Every story's a wound laid bare. The kettle's boiling with a restless rage. Justice written on an unseen page. I sip the silence, bitter taste, waiting for the ghosts to show their face. At the TruCrime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betrayed. Mirrors cracked, reflections are liars. Ashes fall where the guilty once stood. The jukebox hums like a funeral choir. pounding through the neighborhood. Every scar is a candlelit vow. We hug the how, we demand the now. No more silence, no more disguise. We'll paint the night with sharpened cry. At the True Crime Cafe, we serve up the pain they try to hide away. Pour another cup of the truth you crave. Raise your glass to the names they betray. This is not a sermon, it's a battlefield hymn. A requiem dripping from the bottle's rim. The guilty write stories in invisible ink, but we'll drag it all up from the edge of the brave. At the True Crime Cafe, the reckoning burns like a black bouquet. Every shadow will pay. In the True Crime Cafe.
All right, all right. Welcome back, guys. Good to see you today. Hope you're all having a great day. Thank you to those of you that were over there supporting Kim with Typically Unique. It was great to see you guys there as well, as I was there too. Great to be there. Appreciate all of you. Again, guys, part 2 today of Dr. Turvey's interview breakdown and discussion. Some other things I'm adding to it to break down with it. It should be interesting. I do believe I'll be joined by a couple guests along with this today. To break this down, discuss it, and give opinions, feelings, and thoughts on it. So, looking forward to that. And thank you all for joining us today, guys. Again, as always, take a seat, get off your feet, grab your cup, fill it up, and let's jump into this. It looks like SRB's in the house. Moto Man, welcome back, brother. North Carolina Mountain Man, great to see you. Bri guys in the house, as always, good to see you, my friend. Sweet Pea, welcome back. Cinderella Ella, good to see you. Miss Noel, good to see you today. Charmed 5150, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. G Bean, welcome back. Miss Cassie, the sassy one, great to see ya. Let's see. Cassie, congrats on 34 months. Your mom just had 35 yesterday. Happy day anniversary to you. Miss Becca, great to see you. Very much appreciated. Miss Turkey, great to see you today. Sweet Pea, welcome to you. And Ms. Becca, great to see you. Skilla, welcome back. Let's see here. Eddie's in the house. One made nut. Good to see you, sir. Superman's grandma, welcome to you. Great to see you today. Karma Police, welcome. Great to have you in the house today, as always. Jesse Shule, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Brian Todd, welcome. Love your avatar. Great to see you, brother. Aquamarine, welcome. Let me see. Oh, hmm. SoCal Deb, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. I think I've almost got everybody so far. For those of you that aren't in the chat typing, you are very much appreciated as well. Miss Becca 1019, good to see you. Sweet Pea, you as well. Again, Junior's in the house. Hello, son. The Lion's Den. There's a joke. He's not really my son before anybody freaks out on it. We just play back and forth that way. Miss Jenny, good to see you today. Janet Wallace, welcome back. Great to see you. Tomboy's in the house. Always happy to have you here. I think that's everybody. If not, I will catch up with you, I promise. Again, please make sure to hit the like button and share it out, guys, as we do every day. And Julia Rose, welcome to you. Donna 7 of 9. Oh, did Jeff make a post about me? Did he really? And I allowed him to be in my channel, and he's still being a child. So such an immature. So many immature people out here. Anyways, it is what it is. Boom boom. Whoever Mike is backstage, it says your devices are not connected. Moto was back here, but he disappeared. I don't know if he fell out the window or what. Oh, it's Moto. Okay. Anyway, there he is. Welcome, Dylan, Eddie, and Moto. Good to have you here.
What's going on?
Good afternoon.
How's it going, Dago?
It is going. Good to have you guys here today. Thank you again for joining us for part 2 of the Dr. Turvey breakdown. Oh, okay, Jesse. Thank you. I see what we got here. Get in the song. Oh, wow, Jeff. Okay, so Jeff wants to play games now. Okay. Get in the sauce. You are the beautiful people. The sauce is chock full of beta blockers and even blockers of anyone with different opinions. Get yours at Walmart. My apologies to all those happy meatballs who are triggered by Jeff. You've tried therapy. It sounds like somebody else needs to try therapy. Crybaby Jeffrey's making posts about it now because he keeps getting blocked because he pokes people, irritates them, and then he gets removed. Wow. What a child. This is the oldest looking 5-year-old I've ever seen in my life.
Remember, I said that he treats this like it's his job, and that's one of the reasons why I think he's a Fed.
Oh, makes sense. Well, he doesn't do anything else, does he? There, he posted that, guys. I'm not ashamed. It doesn't harm me by any means, but there you go.
I emailed this to you earlier today.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you, buddy. As always. Yeah, this is what he does with his time.
Is this Jeff H we're talking about?
Yeah, he posted this and then says, I love Bryan because I'm looking for justice. That means I love Bryan. Like I said, this is I left Jeff alone for a long time, but at this point, we're going to go there now. Going forward, Jeff, it's on. That's all I'm telling you. This is the oldest, ugliest looking 5-year-old I've ever seen in my life. So you need to grow up, big guy. That's all I'm saying. Anyway.
He still watches every show. He's still your biggest fan because I made a few comments about him the other day, and immediately following the show, he's in my DMs telling me he saw what I said and almost in a threatening manner.
What's he going to do?
I don't know.
He stands behind religion, which makes me sick to my stomach. It's pathetic. Grow up. Seriously.
I honestly really believe he's a Fed. I just don't believe anybody could be that dedicated to doing what he does unless it's their job, and he treats it like a job.
Yeah, but do you honestly think the Feds would hire somebody that's that stupid? That's my problem.
Well, I'm not saying he's stupid.
You don't have to, Eddie. I'm not. I know you're not going to, but I've been doing this for 4 years.
I know what you're saying.
4 years, bro. 4 years.
No,
I'm done.
no, and I see the point, but yeah, the way he acts is ridiculous. But
that's what I mean. Yeah,
he's like sly like a fox, I guess.
I won't even
not
give
that
him
dumb.
that much.
He just
I know what you mean, yeah. And I mean, when I mean stupid, I mean by the way he acts. I don't mean mentally stupid. Don't get it wrong, folks. Okay. So I get what you mean, bud. I'm 4 years I put up with it. I've given every option you can. I've been polite. It's on. I'm done. You
Well, the
push
thing
that last
about Jeff
button.
is he's intentionally trying to affect the conversation and sway people's
Absolutely.
opinions.
He
And
does. He says he doesn't, Jesse, but he purposely starts poking. This is why SRB, we allowed him to be in here under his 37th alias. Okay, that shows how childish he is. But and she removed him yesterday because he started poking people again, and that's exactly what it is. If you don't do this, and then you blame it on me, okay, all you do is put out disinformation and you create misinformed confusion. It's not okay. So, and I think he's just angry now because he sees that the points we've made are all true. So either get over it and move on, or just shut the hell up and sit down. That's all I'm saying. So anyway,
if
moving
Jeff's
on.
watching, the reason why he's not allowed on the show is because the conversation that Eddie and I had yesterday, amongst a disagreement, he's not capable of having those kind of conversations. So that's why he's not on the show.
You can't. That shows proof of it, that grown adult men can have disagreements and still shake hands, walk away at the end of the day. Obviously, 55-year-old children can't. So like I said, I'm not going to let this take over my show. I'm just going to move forward, and it is what it is. So I think I might go there, Cindy. Anyway, so like I said, part 2 of the Dr. Turvey interview, breakdown and discussion. There's some other things we're going to throw in here to show and prove some points. And
Grego,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
can one of those things that we also show, can we kind of like begin part 2 with a brief review of how we got here by rereading the defense team's response to the broken plea or the Turvey?
Dan Taylor's response to, yeah, of course.
Yeah,
of course.
Yeah,
Absolutely. I'll have to find it here. I have it somewhere.
I think it's necessary that we just cover that before we begin.
Sure.
It gives a good foundation.
Absolutely. No
Thank you.
worries whatsoever.
I'm all for hammering people today. I'm in a mood.
And it is, yes, before somebody says that, another sausage fest up here. I know somebody's going to say it like they did yesterday. It's all good. Passion is passion, no matter whether you're male, female, whatever it is. So
Where are all the ladies at? Where are all the ladies at?
Well, I mean, you do call us the meatballs, so I mean,
it is what it is. It is what it is.
I would love to hear what Miss Potts has to say about Turvey.
Who?
Miss Potts?
She has an amazing post that she posted on her community post. It was pretty interesting. So
I'm going to go read it right now.
Yeah, go check it out. Oh, no, I'm not mad at all, GB. And believe me, he doesn't get that much of my attention. I just wanted to make that statement. That's all. He never has been able to get to me like that. Where is that document or that article at? I know I have it. It's from
Statesman?
I know. Yeah, I know where it's at. Statesman. Hold on a minute.
You can find a timestamp on your own show.
Right.
From when you covered it too. There's that approach too.
I always thought Miss Potts was pro Ann Taylor, but doesn't sound like that's the case anymore.
Well, I think she's pro Bryan Kohberger, period, at this point, based on, at least from what I saw on that post. You know what I mean? But that's what I read from it today. Oop, wrong one. Hold on.
Hey, wasn't Ann Taylor supposed to have or speak at a convention or something about the case, about what went wrong or whatever?
I think it was Sun City or something like that. They're having something like that, some type of a convention or something, or not a convention, but a, oh God. When you get together and they speak on things, it's not a convention, but it's something else like that. Yeah, you're right.
Conference.
Yeah, there you go. Conference.
I wonder if we'll hear anything after that.
There you go, guys. Now we're balanced.
It
One
was
of
in
her,
Sun Valley.
one of her can rebalance all of us. I'll just tell you right now. So, what'd you say, Tomboy?
It was in Sun Valley.
Sun Valley. That's it. Sun something. It was. I knew where it was. Somewhere like that. Can one of the mods drop that Statesman article for me? I thought it was where it was, but it's the wrong one. I know we had
Tomboy,
it
do you
in
sell
here.
T-shirts?
I don't know.
Your slogan would go great on a T-shirt.
Oh, the Saucy Forensic Services.
Get fucked respectfully.
Oh,
Yes.
yes. I
That-
have
that
that
would
on the
make-
cup.
That would make a great T-shirt.
She does make all those things.
I have another one that says, you can kindly fuck all the way off.
That's the one I want. Kindly, respectfully, please.
I've been telling Grok that a lot the last couple days. Except
Oh,
I didn't throw in the kindly.
Did you catch some catfish?
I sure did.
I see
And
them
I
now.
caught a Daiwa rod in reel.
Oh shit! Nice.
I thought
Nice
I was
looking.
stuck. And then I just walked around the dock a little more, and then I just started reeling it in, and up comes this rod and reel combo, and I'm like, what are the odds of this happening?
Right?
I was only out there about maybe an hour.
Would you get 5 of them? It looks like, or 4?
4.
They're pretty healthy looking too. Damn,
I think the biggest one's just a little under 5 pounds.
they look nice. They make for some good eating. Love me
Um,
some catfish. I know you don't do that usually, but
Shelby has a job to do when she gets home, with that pretty knife she got.
yeah. Clean them up, kid. Get busy, Krusty. Just kidding. Okay, I have the wrong one again. God bless America. How many of these do I have? Oh, wait a minute. There it is. I see it. Yep. Is this? No, I don't think this is the same one, SRB. This is the newer one. The one that Ann Taylor came out and kind of went at Turvey, that one. That's the one I was looking for. Is that the one you were talking about, Eddie?
Yes.
Yeah.
The
that's
one
what I
that says
thought.
his credibility should be viewed by the
Yeah.
lens of his actions.
Yeah. That's the one I was trying to find. And I know we had it. It was the one before this. And I can't seem to find it now. Damn it.
Mountain Man, no, I was not noodling. I actually made some catfish stink bait yesterday, so I figured I'd try it out.
Chased everybody out of your house.
I did. They were all gagging. It was funny.
That is funny. Thank you, Ro. I received what you sent too. It was it was in Sun Valley, Thursday the 23rd. There it is. Thank you.
Jesse, he wasn't granted a new trial yet. They just threw out his conviction. They haven't decided if they're going to retry him yet.
You're talking about Murdaugh?
Yeah, Murdaugh.
They said in the news release that I said he was granted a new trial, but they may have misposted it then.
Well, at the end of it, it says the prosecutor hasn't decided whether he's going to retry it yet or not. But
Right.
regardless, he's never getting out.
Oh, because of the financial stuff he did. Yeah, I already have him
Yeah.
in there forever. So yeah.
Yeah.
Regardless.
If that guy
right.
can get a new trial, BK should be able to get a new trial.
That's what I was saying. If because of what she did, it's the same bullshittery's going on here. But all right, so this is the letter that Ann posted from her office with the whole defense team, guys. Thank you, Ro. It says we write. This is the state versus Bryan Kohberger case number. This was as of April 28th. Says we write regarding the recent statements made by Brent Turvey. He was an expert hired by the defense in this case. His confidentiality agreement was signed on October 30th of 24 and continues to this day. The agreement with Mr. Turvey was crystal clear that all materials as well as any opinions that he developed as an expert were to be kept confidential. Mr. Turvey was reminded when the court lifted the non-dissemination order that the duty of confidentiality continued until he was released from it by the defense. In his role as an expert, Mr. Turvey was asked solely to provide an opinion about the crime scene, nothing else. As such, he had access to view some items related to the case. He was one of many experts. He was one of many experts relied upon by the defense team in this case. Mr. Turvey has not been released from his confidentiality agreement and is now speaking about topics that are still confidential, many of which are outside of his areas of expertise. The defense team is appalled by Mr. Turvey's behavior and his release of documents and information that he knows are confidential. It is the opinion of the defense team that Mr. Turvey's that Mr. Turvey's conduct falls outside of the ethical and legal norms that are applied to experts in criminal cases, and his reliability should be seen through the lens of his conduct. And it's signed by Ann Taylor, Eliza Massoth, and Becca Barlow. All of them signed it. So that is the only statement Ann has released in the past 8 months, and it was in regards to that situation.
Oh.
After it was relayed that Turvey was, a source in the Broken Plea book by Christopher Whitcomb. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
Did that have the credibility part in it? I don't think I didn't hear it. Or I missed it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't say it. It says that falls outside the ethical and legal norms and are applied to experts in criminal cases, and his reliability should be seen through the lens of his conduct. Sorry.
And Dago Leah says that she's backstage there.
So I have no problems with that statement. There's two issues I have. The reliability. I don't know. There's no legal necessity to question his reliability. The statement basically takes care of all the legal matters. He's speaking outside his NDA. She's making that clear. The questioning his reliability, I don't think is necessary. And then we're appalled. I mean, what's the legal relevance of being appalled? That sounds like PR. That doesn't sound like legal language that we're appalled. I mean, I'm appalled that Jeff H does things, but there's no legal ramifications for making me appalled.
Right.
So I find that to be unnecessary language that didn't need to be in there.
Good point. Hello. Good afternoon, Mother. Good to see you. You guys better respect this lady. This is the woman that birthed me. So please be respectful.
Your mom's here?
Yes, she joins on occasion. Yes.
Which one's her name?
Ruth Gosnell.
Oh, okay. Hey, Ruth.
I do think that they could have said what they said to him without attacking his reliability, because it doesn't. His reliability was okay when he was working as an expert, but just because of the statements that he's made, now that's in question. That's the one thing I will say. I do agree with that. I don't think that should have been done that way. That's just my opinion, though. All right, going forward. So one of the things we're going to go with today is like I said, we're going to finish the interview with Turvey. I'm going to pull up.
Dago, can I share thoughts
at least
on
one?
That?
Yeah, 1 second, Eddie. We're going to share I think it was the hearing on the continuance. We're going to go over that again too, but go ahead, Eddie. I just wanted to let everybody know what we're going to be doing today.
Okay. The reason I wanted to review that, because that, keep in mind, is the response. Jesse, you were talking yesterday, you're expecting Ann to, volley back and enter into a back and forth banter with him. He was the one that initiated it. That was her response.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't expect her to respond any further. That would be an unprofessional look, in my opinion. Also, I want to share this thought about his conduct. So, to cite Dr. Turvey's CV or his experience and expertise as though it in itself gives him credibility, but meantime, his actions discredit himself. To be able to follow simple instructions and conduct himself in a becoming way, I mean, the qualifications speak to the fact that he should be able to obey simple instructions. So, in other words, the best way to prove one can be trusted with the most important duties is by showing they can be entrusted with the basic responsibilities. And that important fact seems to be lost on everybody. Instead, many people are acting like his words are gospel. Meantime, Ann Taylor and her team have consistently conducted themselves in a professional way at all times. They've been exemplary. And if I'm wrong, anyone right now, correct me. Anyone?
Too professional. You're not wrong, but my criticism would be too not unprofessional enough. And my example would be Alan Jackson's pounding his hands on the table and yelling back at Judge Bev like it's a schoolyard and he's the bully and he's not going to let somebody else take his lunch money. So I think that's why so many people find Brent Turvey endearing. It's it's exactly that, Eddie. It's exactly that he's saying things that he probably shouldn't be saying. He's behaving outside the norms, and he comes across to me and many other people as he's doing something unprofessional, and he's taking a risk by doing it, sort of like a whistleblower. And it's exactly the unprofessionalness of what he's doing, that with passion, like he's been forced to be I don't want to be doing this, but I've been forced to be unprofessional. And I think that is the nature of being a whistleblower, if the information he's coming with is accurate. And
the other thing I want to point out real quick is the letterhead. If you notice, it says Ann Taylor, attorney at law.
Right. It comes from her office, of course.
The reason I want to emphasize that is because to entertain the thought that she's going to consult with Dr. Turvey in making a decision that concerns her business is ridiculous to me. What is she going to do? Ask his permission? He's just one of many experts that she has hired. He's not a fourth of the law firm. He's just there
but he is considered part of
the big picture. He's not. His voice doesn't matter in that, and for him to suggest that it did is a red flag to me.
Okay, well, let me ask this though, and again, all due respect, and you know that already. So, the defense team. Okay, let's go with the prosecution team first. We have Bill Thompson, who is the DA. We have Ashley, who was the assistant. Josh Hurwitz was brought in as I'm not sure. They said that he was brought in to do the psychiatric evaluation analysis and all that, to cover that. And then we have Jeff Nye, I think, was on board, and somebody else too. But there's a slew of people, experts as well. And then for the defense team, they had Ann, Eliza, Nick Barlow, I believe, what's his name? Logston was still part of the team. And then a Turvey, Ray, at one point, I believe, Gabriela Vargas. There was a few other experts that they had that are all part of the team, the defense team. That's how it's considered and classified, in my opinion. That's how it's been said, at least. It's same with the prosecution; they have their experts and whatever too. So that's the way I was looking at this. Is what he said, that if they're all part of the defense team and they're all defending this one defendant, that I think what he was saying was that he imagines that they would all have a discussion about what's going to happen going forward if they're all working together to defend him in the ways that they are. That's how I took it. Not that he thought he was part of her law firm or anything like that, as if that's what you were meaning, being that they're all part of the defense team. You know what I'm trying to say? Does it make sense?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. And it's not about what I believe. It's about how he came across and what he's what his position is, what his belief is about her not involving him in that.
That's what I thought that's how I took it. That's what I'm saying. I think he meant that, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know.
He's trying to discredit her for not doing that. It's like a point against her.
There's no question he's trying to discredit her. I agree wholeheartedly.
Absolutely. I agree.
And if any one of you own a business and you think someone that is your, subcontractor, and you're going to involve them, you're the full-time business owner and you've seen them one time in, the 20 years, and you needed them to do the one day job and to involve them in business making decisions, it's the same thing as this. That's not the way anyone conducts the business they own. He's suggesting that it is.
Understood.
If I'm misinterpreting it, if you think I'm misinterpreting it, listen to it again.
No, I don't think you are. I see it differently, and I guess in a way, because of the entire team thing. But again, I understand fully what you're saying. I do. And I don't disagree with how you are. Jesus, I can't think today. I'm sorry. How you're taking it at all.
I just want to because these panels, they go from point to point to point to point, and there's no time to mull on any of the information. It becomes fact so quickly and people run with it, but it's necessary to pause and to really review what's being said. And to understand what's being said without running too far with it.
Right. Understood.
So that's all I have.
Okay. Can I answer?
No worries. Go ahead.
I view Eddie's making some very good points, and I don't disagree with the points he's making. I think there's a very strong case to say that Turvey is acting inappropriate. I mean, it's inappropriate to call out the people on your team. Absolutely. But in the nature of a whistleblower, that essentially is what a whistleblower does, right? And it's only under a certain kind of circumstances where the situation becomes so dire that it becomes required for the whistleblower to betray what the professional norms in order to set the record straight because of this extreme circumstance. And I think that that's the way that I'm viewing Dr. Turvey, and I think that's the way all the people that are supporting him and are showing, or let's say glazing him, I think the kids call it. I think that's the way they're viewing it. But I also think he's taking a big risk because, and anybody who wants to be a whistleblower is taking a big risk, because if you're wrong and if your accusations don't stick, it's your ass
you're
that's
done.
in the thing.
Yeah,
so,
you're done. So
this could, I said that last night too. He's taking a big risk. This could blow up in his face. Absolutely. And, so that's where I stand anyways. That's how I feel about it.
And I kind of looked at it that way too. Like somebody that has, and I said this yesterday, I think his background, his credentials, his 30 years plus dealing in this is his livelihood, 100%, his reputation, all of it. So in turn, to make statements that would be able to be proven untrue is a very dangerous thing to do, especially with somebody such as Ann Taylor. She very easily could prove if it's all false information, she can prove that. And when she were to come forward to do that, he's done. Like, slash, you're out. That's the end of it. Nobody will ever go to him again and use him as an expert. That would
if
destroy
she tries
his...
to come back and prove false information, what he said was false information, that screws her too.
Right. That's a very good point. So, and that's how we have to be able to look at that way too. Because here's the thing. I can't imagine anybody, any professional. Okay, that Cy Ray, for instance, let's use him because it's somebody we all know. He made a statement early on in this, put out an affidavit and said, in 30 years, I've never seen such misrepresentation of information, and there's something much, much larger going on here. He's called a conspiracy theorist by the judge and shut down, not allowed to speak, so on and so forth, and we haven't heard from him since because he's holding out because he doesn't want to damage his career. I'm guessing, okay? I have no actual knowledge on that, but that's my thought. But if it were to be, if he were to speak up on what he said in that affidavit and speak on it, and it's proven not to be true, once again, 30 plus years experience, reputation basis, his livelihood down the drain. Nobody's going to ever go to him again.
I have a hard time believing.
I just question, if he wasn't considered part of her team, why did he have to sign an NDA?
Right. Why did any of them? Any one of them did. That's a good point. Thank you so much, Booster.
And what did he say that has not already been released?
And that's exactly what he claims. That's what he's claiming, and that has to be proven. If there's anything that he said that was under the NDA, they're going to have to show what it is, and then justify what he said.
What did somebody say to him that made him think that he could speak, or was released from this NDA?
Because the gag order was, or the non-dissemination order was lifted.
Yeah, but you think that he'd at least wait until he got official confirmation from the person that hired him to collect the information.
Tomboy, we just went over that statement by her. The defense had to release him.
Release him from what? He didn't. I don't think he violated his NDA. I just think he spoke on things that were already released.
Yes, he
she
said
made it
that.
quite clear.
He said only on stuff that's been published. A real whistleblower comes forward with stuff that nobody knows. But see, he came forward with stuff that was already out. So I don't see how he could be a whistleblower in a sense. But a little bit of a whistleblower. But the bottom line is he was sticking up for Bryan, and in the bottom line of that, it gets justice for these four.
I think that's what a lot of people don't understand, is that Ann Taylor is defending him. Most of the people that are here are defending them, okay? And I think a lot of people are misunderstanding why she's upset with Turvey based on what he's released and how it would damage anything, other than the fact that it could make her look bad if things come out that she didn't do.
But you got to remember, that statement was made before he went on any of these.
Yeah, that's true, too.
That was directed at what he told Chris Whitcomb in the book.
Right, yeah.
And I believe she's pissed off because Chris let it slip that Turvey had recorded her.
I mean, that could be one big part of it, too. That could be.
Was that illegal?
Idaho's only a one-party state.
If it happened in Idaho.
Well, it's either Idaho or Alaska, one of the two.
Wherever he's at or she's at. I'm not sure. I don't remember, but
yeah, that statement was made when the book came out, not after he started talking. Right.
And the one thing that it needs to be remembered too, okay, with all of this, because like I said, I'm not sitting here saying I'm in the boat and I'm throwing Ann into the bus and it's time to run her over with all four tires. That's not where I'm at with this. I said yesterday I'm stuck to that. I want to see all four sides, but I'm also going to present factual things that pertain to this at the same time, no matter which side it's on. And if you want to call me a flip-flopper because I'm looking at everything, then do what you got to do if it makes you feel better. That's not what it is.
Don't get me wrong. I have not jumped off the Queen Anne boat. I'm by no means.
Yeah, I'm not ready to throw her under the bus by any means. I want to see both sides
but
of the story.
I will question why she came out all of a sudden and said something. What did he say specifically that got them to release that press release?
And here's my biggest thing with this, you guys. If Ann was given, okay, if he's being honest, which I can't see him not being with this one thing. Okay, let's talk about this real fast. If this hair that was in Ethan's hand that has been stated more than once that it's there, yes, it was misrepresented in the documents as debris, which I feel was done on purpose. But regardless, if it was stated more than once, as he stated to her, you need to test this hair. You need to test this hair. This hair is not Bryan's, and we need to find out who it belongs to. That could exonerate him, in my opinion. That's something I would be doing. So she didn't
Well,
do it. She
So-
didn't do it, and I think
I
that's where
also-
everybody is hot on her ass about that.
I also, when he was on the custody queens, he also said in her defense she can't test stuff that's lost.
Well, I don't know if he was referring to that, but yeah, that's true. She can't. We don't know if it's there, if it's gone. He said his last he knew it was there in the evidence room, evidence locker. I'm sorry, he called it. But that
He said
that's
the last
true.
he heard that the FBI had it.
Yeah, and we just saw a document released from the FBI stating that they're asking for their evidence back from MPD right now, which tells you something else. So who knows?
Daigle, can I respond real quick? In fairness,
Yeah.
how do we verify that this is all true? Surrounding the hair, what you just said, that there is hair, number one, and number two, that what he's saying about what he told her, you need to test this, and she
It can go
refused to
both
test
ways.
it. How do we confirm all this?
And that's the thing, though, is how do we not confirm it, Eddie? That and it nothing again, respectfully, but you said that a few times, and I have to say it on both ends of the candle, though. How do we know 100% that Ann's being honest with us? We don't. Just like we don't know who anybody is. You know what I mean? And I have to say, what's fair is fair. I know that he's new to us, but he's also an expert that was hired by her. So at some point, his credibility meant something.
Well, but he's the one that's bringing it up. We've never,
And
as a community, we've never heard anything about this hair until this book.
right, and there's many
Right.
things that from my understanding, I mean, I wasn't surprised. Are you surprised to know that there's a possibility that there's things that were kept from us? Truly,
I mean, it comes down to who you gonna believe, Brent Turvey or Ann Taylor. I mean, that's pretty
No,
much
I
it at
think
this
it
point.
comes down to who needed that listed as debris and not hair.
that's
Well,
exactly it right
yeah.
there.
I think it comes down to K Bono, who benefits, and I just don't see the benefit for Turvey to be out here spouting bullshit.
It's only
taking
caused
a big-
negative.
He's taking a big risk.
That's a lot
Go
of
ahead.
chips to throw on the. That's a lot of chips to throw on the table if you're wrong about it. That's
That's what I'm
my
saying.
opinion on it.
I
You don't
think-
throw those chips on the table unless you got the nuts.
I
Yes,
think
Yeah.
Chris Whitcomb said it best when he said that they labeled it debris because it did not belong to Ethan.
okay, yeah, he did say that. That's right. Which I can understand that. Do I believe it? 50-50. 50-50.
Hey, you never know. Did the prosecution leak Turvey's report to cause an issue like this because it would get a lot of
They don't want
widespread
it.
attention?
They want to shut everything else down. And that's a good point. It very likely could be to cause this exact problem. You know what I mean?
Because Turvey's report was leaked back in what, January? Before the-
Exactly.
Yeah.
Eddie, do you believe, are you like having a hard time believing about the hair? Like there was hair in Ethan's hand, hair involved at all? Or anything? Did you see the crime scene photos?
I've never seen hair that everyone's speaking about in crime scene photos. Am I
Because I
missing?
saw,
It's
saw
in
him
the crime
again
scene
yesterday.
Yeah, we
I
have.
saw him again yesterday, and there's lots of hair. There's like scalps of hair. I was like, my goodness. I
Well-
didn't notice it at first.
There is hair in 2 or 3 of them. I think it's 1261, 1262. I think, and then we're told that he had it in his hand, and that's basically how it ended up on the floor next to the bed and on the bed frame because it was in his hand, and it's the same color, length, style type hair that they said it was.
There's
So
a
it does
lot
it
of
does
hair.
line up. I can't remember. I think it was 1260. Tom, do you remember the number on the picture for anybody that wanted to go look at it? I thought it was 1261. If you don't worry about it. By the way, welcome to all the new meatballs. Thank you again, Sluther. That was very generous of you, and God bless. I appreciate you. I had the photographs, and 1 minute here.
Yeah. I mean, and you also have to remember, and like like you gotta look at this as kind of like a science project, or a group project. Everybody's putting their name on everything, and that includes Brent. That includes Turvey. And Turvey sees the kind of mess that this is, and he's like, "Hey, nope, I ain't going down like this. Absolutely not." That's kind of the way that I saw it. Saw the reasoning for Brent Turvey speaking out, because he even said if something comes out that I didn't test, that I didn't catch or whatever, then that's on me, and that hurts my credibility.
I think there's another clue that we're missing here, because prior to this show, for the last hour and a half, I wanted to do a little bit of research on my own in an attempt to steelman Eddie's argument. I wanted to find content of Brent Turvey and see what people are saying, see what the criticisms of him are, because there's all these guilters and counter channels, and some of them are big and some of them have credibility. And if Turvey was stepping outside of his lane and telling lies, and anybody could put it this way, if anybody could shut him down and prove what he's saying is false or incorrect, or he's misrepresenting the facts, why are these guilters channels? They're ignoring him. The only people that are talking about it are the Kohbergers, and the guilters are pretty much ignoring, either just hating him or ignoring him.
I think Olivia Gonsalves came out and spoke against him too. 1 second, I'm going to throw something up real fast because it's something I'm going to show you guys.
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
I'm not interested in ad hominem attacks. I mean actual criticism of the substance of what he's saying, which Olivia didn't provide any of that. And to the best of my knowledge, I found that difficult to find. I found it difficult to find any criticism of the substance of what he's saying. And I think that I take that as a clue in itself.
Right. So these photographs were given to us along with the ISP photo dump, I believe. I can't remember the exact month it dropped and when it came out. Okay. Again, trigger warning. If anybody can't handle this stuff, please feel free to step out for a few minutes if you want. No worries whatsoever. You won't be judged. So
it was in the last photo dump.
Okay.
Yeah, that's that's the one I saw yesterday.
There's hair right here, and then over here there's some more. The way Brent Turvey explained it was that because we all know where Ethan was positioned on the bed, kind of like leaning into the crack between the wall and the bed frame, and his arm dropped. He had this clump in his hand, is what he explained, like this. He said it was kind of like he was holding it like this. And his hand dropped, and some of it had glued to his hand for the most part because of the blood that was bleeding out on him. And you can see the blood dripped here pretty solidly, and there's hair there. And then there's massive puddles of blood under here that were very pooled and thick, had clotted in those pools, so on and so forth. It was still damp looking. It was so much. And then right there, that big clump there, it's pretty thick. Same color, texture, length, all that kind of stuff that he was talking about.
You know whose hair that is?
No, we don't know whose hair it is. That's the one thing. We know. I do know whose hair it's not. I know whose hair it is. Well, I'm sure you do. Many people have, but I do know whose hair it's not. The only person they tested it against, and that's Bryan. It's not his. So
I think it's Mowich's hair.
It could be. It very well could be. That's a good point. I think Mowich's hair is darker than that, though, isn't it?
Well, we know he sustained injuries, right?
Oh, he definitely did from something. We don't know exactly what. But
Mowich have hair missing?
that's the thing. Did he have patches of hair missing? Now, there's also hair found upstairs in the third floor bed with the girls that was black, darker than this. That's the hair I would have thought was Mowich's, but and pulled out by the roots, and it all should have been tested.
His name is Nicholas Mowich.
Yeah. What it all would have done was it would have absolutely proven, one, this is not Bryan's hair. So therefore it's not him. And two, that means there was somebody else in that house, which would have completely flipped the case upside down, and they would have probably had to throw it out because they had a one perpetrator case rolling on this. Okay, not two, not three, one, and that's
Probably
one
couldn't have
person.
passed the grand jury with the if this was shown to the grand jury. I don't think it passes the grand jury.
It wouldn't have, and they were already in question. They wanted to indict Dylan because they didn't believe her story.
Turvey said the hair in his hand they thought came from a female.
They said that many
Yes.
said that, but he also did say that nowadays it could be from a male too because they grow their hair longer and things like that. So I'll give it both sides of the
Yeah.
fence there, but still, it is believed it could have been from a female.
Quick
So I'll be
que-
honest with you. I'll tell you whose hair I thought it was when I first saw it and heard that. And the problem is we don't know if she had any hair missing. I'll just go from that, and you'll figure
Yeah.
out who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I agree.
so
It's
there's
just
the hair, and it
something.
plays into what he was telling. That what he was telling, it makes perfect sense, and it lines up with what he said. That's why I showed the picture. So I'm sorry. Go ahead. Whoever was going to speak.
That's right. Isn't there a little inconsistency though? Because August 18th, I believe 23, the hearing when the experts, Leah Larkin, Bricka Barlow, Steve Mercer, Gabriela Vargas, I think it was 9
when all the
hour.
experts testified, right?
Yeah. And requested during that hearing and requested the 3 other male DNA profiles to be turned over. So we're supposed to believe that, Dr. Turvey was like in that letterhead we just read, he was hired late in this case. We're supposed to believe that only at that time that this hair was discovered by the defense. And when it was discovered, after wanting these 3 unknown male DNAs, now we're supposed to believe that she doesn't want that. That seems inconsistent.
I have a hard
not
time with that
jiving
too, Eddie.
with me.
I have a really hard time with
I
that.
think that's what the big deal is, Eddie. I think that's why people are struggling with this and why people actually are angry with her because they would have imagined she would have been all over that. But again, is it possible she missed it? Because we were told they found massive amounts. Turvey and Whitcomb said there was massive amounts of exculpatory evidence found in mislabeled files, as well as this being labeled as debris. Could Anne have missed this, being that she was so overwhelmed, as she stated, and I'm going to show you that too. When we look at the continuance hearing, I'm going to show you how overwhelmed Anne said she was and how much she had to go through in such a short period of time and never got the chance to. In fact, at June 18th, in the continuance, I'm sorry, the continuance hearing, she says blatantly, she said, I just received discovery number 23 and haven't even looked at it yet. That was June 18th. Okay. Still had not received 24. And that's what I'm trying to say. She wasn't ready for this. Okay. None. So are there things that
Hold
could have
up.
been found after the fact? You know what I mean?
Hold up.
Why wouldn't
I believe-
Anne's main priority be to look at the evidence that was found at the crime scene if she knew where it was and she would have access to it?
I believe in the interview, Turvey was asked, is it possible that Ann Taylor just missed this? And his answer was, there's no way. The Ann Taylor he knows was sharp and her mind was an encyclopedia. She didn't miss anything. But the Ann Taylor of today is not the Ann Taylor he knew then, suggesting that she didn't miss. If she didn't use she's too smart and too on the ball to have missed any of this stuff. According to that's what he said. I'm just saying what he said, and that, or at least how I interpreted what he said. But before he said that, I said the same freaking thing on this channel, that she was like a Wonder Woman at one day, and then one day she's just like she's given up.
And that's when I said then that it almost sounded like something happened. Okay. Well, and we do know her mother passed away. And when she came back, I think the continuance hearing was the first hearing. 3 days before that, if I'm correct, she buried her mother. And then all this stuff goes down. So I feel like something happened. Okay. I don't know if that's true or not, but according to her, or according to Turvey, he said he asked her what happened and why this happened. She said nothing changed. But something changed. She changed. Okay? We all saw that. In the hearings, we noticed she was different. She was deflated. She stopped speaking. Bicca and Eliza took over most things. She just wasn't the same as she was, as you just explained, Jesse. So
I think as a thought experiment, we should all think about ourselves. And if we were in her shoes and we were getting treated by Hitler the way that he was treating her, and we had one of our, our mother or our father die, and then we get pressured or somebody puts the squeeze on us and puts our career in limbo and says, hey, let's say the old adage, silver or lead. If somebody puts you in that position, Pablo Escobar, silver or lead, how many of you are going to take the silver? Because I'll tell you right now, I got kids. I probably don't have a choice. I probably have to take the silver. I'm not taking the lead. And I think most of you is going to be the same, right? So I'm not saying Ann Taylor's a bitch. So if anybody interprets what I'm saying as the Ann Taylor's a bitch, no. But I still feel like Brent Turvey's, everything he's saying sounds accurate to me.
That was well said.
Yeah, and I'm very hesitant.
Did she change after her mama died?
It looked like it to me. It looked like the hearings that were had after the fact, something with her was different. It just, I even pointed it out during that. I was like, she doesn't seem to be pushing like she does. She was very, and I understood, like, okay, she just lost her mother. Why is she even here right now? Like, let them handle this. You go grieve, do what you got to do, but let them handle this. Is what I said during the hearings when we realized what happened. So, and I don't know if I don't know if that was it. I'm not saying that was what it was. I just felt like she seemed deflated. She seemed different from the Ann Taylor that we saw, that we were all 100% behind, saying, go get him, Ann. They're going to shred her. She's going to shred this, we all said that. And it was very disheartening to see it. And then all of a sudden, boom, we get smacked in the face with a plea deal. Like, what the fuck? So,
do we know how her mama died?
No,
I don't.
I don't think that's important and how.
I don't think it is. I know why people are asking, because, and I wouldn't go that way yet, you guys.
Because if she was threatened,
I know that, yeah. And she
just putting that out there.
She does have 4 daughters. There were statements made about threats being made. We know this case is wild, but how wild is it actually? Is it that serious? Are things like that happening in the background that we don't know about? Now, I don't care how good of an attorney you are. I don't care how what you believe in or don't believe in. If somebody threatens your family, that's enough to switch a channel at any option for any situation, in my opinion, with some people. So
keep in mind, threatening your money is threatening your family as well, right? I wasn't suggesting
it could be that too.
Your life. I mean, but threatening your well-being. You let's say you make $100,000 a year. They tell you don't do what we say, you lose your job. Your family, you're fucked. Your family's fucked. Most people can't sustain something like that.
And that's the thing. We don't know that, so don't take that as what it is, guys, or take that as any more than just an assumption. And if it does come out, then we'll know. That's a thing. But there's got to be something that changed. That's all I'm telling you. There's got to be something that happened within that weekend period of time. Because as he stated, they were all gung-ho, the entire team, going forward towards the trial. This is what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen. And then within a period of 72 hours, not even 48 hours, plea deal. And he said his reaction, if you remember, when he was called by I think he said his partner or coworker or whatever the hell you call it, said that you guys are going plea deal with this. And he said, no way, nah. And then he found out about it and said, what the hell? How is there a plea deal going on this? That's what kind of made me go, wait a minute.
Can I say a couple of things? Because I'm just watching chat.
Please do, because I got to run to the little boy's room anyway, but I can still hear you guys. So go for it.
Okay, first of all, when Ann Taylor took this case, she was a public defender, which means you are paid by the public. In 2023 and 2024, the Idaho Public Defender's Office went through a restructure thing where they took the brunt of the being paid off the county and put it all in the state, but the state was only allotted so many $1 million to do all this, which means they pay for testing and all that stuff. If there's no money in that fund, she can't have it tested. She is in 2024, she jumped out of the public defender's office and went to be a private attorney. And as far as the other death penalty case, again, she is the only death penalty certified attorney in her district, which goes all the way down to Boise. And I think there's only 8 in the entire state. So as a public defender, you don't get to pick and choose. You are appointed to be somebody's attorney. So she didn't have a choice but to have that other death penalty case.
So essentially, she got squeezed right the fuck out.
Yes, I think she realized that it was going to be harder to be a public defender because of the budget cuts and everything. She just couldn't defend her clients.
And then if she's starting her own business at the exact same time, she's got to get funding for that too, right? So she was probably just tapped out financially and mentally, plus with her mother and everything, right? Does that make sense?
Well, I don't know if she's tapped out financially. She had been in private. She had been as a private attorney before. So.
Sure.
At $8,000
but
a week.
to pay for things like testing and time for your employees, and to do things like HR, all that sort of stuff, that's a lot.
To pay for what?
Well, if you have your own practice, you got to pay for your employees. You have payroll, right?
Yeah.
If you don't, if it's just you don't have. Who has employees?
Well, obviously she needs the help. No, she can't take this case on herself.
Yeah.
Hold on. She was appointed, and as everybody else was, they were paid by the state, not by her.
Right. So if she got her funding through the state.
When she went into private practice, it had nothing to do with this case. This case was still being paid by the state.
Okay.
Yes.
So if you said
about future.
So what you're saying is, so if the state or the feds were paying for her testing, if they squeezed the money on the testing, then she wouldn't be able to pay for the testing. She wouldn't be able to get the funding for the testing, correct?
Yeah, because there's no funding to do it.
Exactly. So she got squeezed out financially.
Oh, yeah. And I think Bill Thompson knew that. He knew that she was going to get screwed on this case.
Exactly. She got squeezed out.
All right, I'm here. So also,
just FYI, Ann Taylor still has not been paid for this case.
How do you know that?
I thought she had.
No, she still has not received all her pay for this case. That's why even the G said it. She's still being paid. She's getting back pay because Judge and Judge Hippler took so long to authorize payment that she's still waiting on it.
All right. Well, I wanted to ask this question too, going back to something with Eddie, and it's again, with all due respect. For years, we've talked about this, Eddie, and you brought this to the table more than once. I'm trying to remember how you said it, but when you bring up the fact and you say that they're on board, you know what I mean by that. Like, everybody's on board with basically the game that's being played here. Okay. What my question to you specifically, or anybody that thinks on that, would be, this is absolutely hypothetical. Okay, what would you think if it came to be? And I'm not saying I believe this either, because I don't believe this. But if it were to be thrown at me, I'm going to look into it. What if it came to the table that she as well was playing that game? Would you believe that? Could you believe that? I should say, not would. Could.
Of course I could.
Okay, because you know what I mean by everybody else that has been on board with that. Because I think that's where a lot of people are thinking as one of the options that may have gone on with this after this came out. I'm not there. Like I said, I want to hear all sides of this story before I make any kind of a judgment. That's just who I am. So, I don't. That's another option that I've seen talked about in other places. So I just wanted to throw that out there as well. A lot of people
Yeah.
are actually bringing that.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. To discuss it further would take some time. We should probably stay on track.
Yeah, I'm not going there today with that. I just wanted to throw that out there as a standard question based on other things we've talked about.
Yeah,
so,
and I've often considered that too. I just don't see enough points in its favor
right,
as of this time.
right. So anyway, that's the pre-engagement before we go into this other interview and stuff. The rest of this interview, and I'm gonna, like I said, at one point, if we have enough time, I want to run the continuance hearing and show certain things that may have either been forgotten or weren't known, because there's a lot of people that came into this late. Because I think some of that's important, truly and honestly. So, welcome everybody that's jumping in. It's great to see you guys. Thank you for joining us.
I did want to add one last thing on
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Let's just say Ann Taylor is threatened. The only effective way to actually deal with that is put a light on it. Step up in front of a microphone. Yeah, with this case, you absolutely have the power to do that, and you say, "Hey, I'm getting death threats. My daughters are getting death threats. Just so you guys know, this is the kind of case that it is." And she says that, and this instantly flips on its head.
But here's the thing, Dylan. Let me ask you a question. We know how deep this case obviously goes and how high it very possibly could go. All right, we've seen it ourselves. What if that's part of the problem? What if it was said, all right, look, this is what you're going to do. Okay, you're going to back the hell off of this. You're going to push him. You're going to let him know that you're going to let him take the plea deal. He's going to go to prison. It's going to shut down, and it's over with. Or this is what's going to happen. You're going to be in the same situation, okay? So on and so forth. And you're not going to have a job, and all this other stuff were to be said. So then you're put into the position to make a hardcore decision. Do you go with what you should do, or do you try to protect yourself and your family? Because that is a very hard decision to make. I fully agree. I don't know what I would do in my situation.
When I made the analogy of silver or lead, I wasn't implying death threats per se. I was more implying subtle hints at pressure where it becomes clear to you, if you don't do what's being asked of you or what's being hinted at, you will pay a price professionally, financially, probably not physically, probably not. I was implying more financially. And I think there's plenty of examples of that in the current political climate where people are like, for example, Thomas Massey he's got an election in like a week, and somebody just came out and accused him of wrongdoings 7 days before an election. And, these are the kind of things that they don't tell you, we'll do this. They imply it. They make you well aware of it in a legal, and there's nothing you can do legally, but they let you know. And then all of a sudden, if you don't play ball, you find out. And I that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, it's the same. It's the same remedy. Just say, for an example, they come at you with a baseball bat. You raise up that gun. You go to the media and scream it from the rooftops. And as much as people want to say, "Oh, why would you do that?" Yeah, they can't do that. And no, it puts a light on the dark.
Well, again, it depends on how hardcore the threat was, too, buddy. I agree with you. I do. But it depends on how real the threat was and where it came from, who it came from, and how harsh it was. Because it was talked about that there were death threats going around to everybody, including even the Gonsalves showed some to Elton one time during the court hearing. So I don't know. We don't know at all. None of us really, truly, honestly know what happened, if anything. But the speculation theories are, it's pretty easy to get on board with that kind of stuff and say, hey, that could be what it is. So I don't know.
I'll just say this: with the information that we currently have, Ann Taylor yeeted Kohberger right under that bus and left him for dead. That's the way that I.
That's the way everybody's seeing it at this point, unfortunately.
And
And
I
again,
disagree with you.
I won't go there yet because I don't see it that way yet. Because we haven't. Again, I can't say that until I hear what her side of things are. That's only fair. So that's
And what if what if she was put in a place where she had to back off of doing her job to the best of her abilities to save herself or her family or her financial stability. And I'm not saying that that's an honorable thing. It isn't, but if what you said about Ann Taylor is correct, I would suspect there's a reason, like I just outlined, behind that. Not just sheer greed and malice.
It comes to a point in this interview too where Turvey is speaking and they're talking about, he's actually talking about the leak, and they ask him, well, who do you think was the source of the leak? Was it the prosecution or was it the defense? And then Turvey says, well, how do you know it's not neither?
a very good. Yeah, I remember that, Moto, and that's a really good point.
I think
What if it is somebody completely different? What'd you say?
I think it was the FBI.
It could have been. It could have been. There's a lot of could have beens in this. There's a lot of options because if you remember, and I can pull these documents if I need to, the documents that were handed out to both sides from Hitler, when Hitler pretended to be pissed about the leak, that's what I say. That's my opinion, okay? Because he really put on a good show for that. He seemed like he was actually pissed. I don't think he was.
I'm sorry. Are you speaking of Shirley?
Yes, I'm talking about Shirley. So,
okay.
I just, that's my opinion only, folks. You don't have to take that as yours, but that's how I took it. So he handed out documents to both sides, and the document, and I can't remember word for word, but I can give it to you in the terms that it was, layman's terms. Okay. He basically told the prosecution, the document stated he basically believed it came from their side. Okay. Anything on their side that they better hope it didn't. They better patch it up, whatever. The document handed off to the defense said almost the same thing, but it went a little bit different direction and said you need to cross your T's, dot your I's to make sure it doesn't come from your side. He wasn't even accusing that side. He accused the other side in that sense, in that document, basically, okay? So that was something that was interesting to me. And then now we know that there's been an administrative investigation into it that's been finalized, shut down, sealed, and put away. And now they're in the midst of a criminal investigation. And if the two match up, we all know how that goes. We talked about that yesterday. So anyway, I'm very curious to see how this goes. And of course, on top of that, now the media has done this and other resources are basically forcing the only side of it is that Ann Taylor's under investigation. That's not truly all that's going on, folks. It's not just Ann Taylor's office. It's everybody that was involved. Everybody. So
at this point, either way, if it's coming from if it is coming from Ann Taylor's side or if it's coming from Bill Thompson's side, either way, it's going to be grounds for a retrial.
Well, depending on who, like Brent Turvey said, it depends on who gets arrested. That's going to be a big deal.
When he said that, was he inferring that it would be Ann that was arrested? It seemed to me like he might be inferring that.
One thing I do want to point out with this, okay, and I'm not saying this so that anybody changes their mind or goes one direction or the other, but you have to realize this too. And I don't mean this disrespectful to him, but it's something I think is a point to make. He's pissed off. She called him out. She called out his credibility. He's pissed off. So he's going to go at her in every direction he can as a defense mechanism. This happens, people. It's just a thing, okay? So that is part of this, too. It's not all of it, in my opinion, but it is definitely part of it. He came back at her because she offended him and made him look like an ass in public eye. That's my opinion. He's mad. It is what it is. And I get that part of it, too. I don't think she should have been so harsh with it. I think she could have handled it maybe a little bit different that wouldn't have made him look so bad in the public eye. But this is just my opinion. So there in that turn, that is part of it. But I do want to believe, like I said in the beginning of this, that with the credibility, the credentials, the background that he has, that it would be really, really damn dumb for him to come out here and say all this if it's not true, knowing it can be proven to destroy his life. Because that's what it would do. It would destroy his livelihood, his career, his reputation, every bit of it, if it's proven. And I see Ann Taylor being the person that would completely show that because of the way things are going right now. Because right now we're at the tit
she would
tit
have
for
to.
tat. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, both of them now have to defend themselves
Yes.
because
Yes.
somebody's got to pay for this.
Yeah, right. And that's where we're at with this. You know, he's told us that he is doing this because he sees the injustice of it, that Bryan shouldn't be in prison. This is a huge problem. We're
To
there
be fair
with
to
you.
him, though, he started the ball rolling before she made any statements about him.
Yeah.
So it's difficult to say that he's only doing this to get back at her based on those statements, because he had already planned on speaking to custody queens. He had already
That's it.
talked
Yeah.
to Chris, and he had already planned out that he was going to say all the things he said, or
Absolutely.
at least based on outward appearances, before she made any statements.
Right. That's why I said it's a small piece of this. It's not all of it. So this was already, you're right. Absolutely. So that's a good point to make too, Jesse. Very good point.
So, well, the thing is with Ann Taylor coming out, she pretty much turned an anthill and turned it into Mount Everest. She's the one that made this situation 1,000 times worse for the defense as a whole. If she just sits back and just lets it go, then it dies in the mainstream media in days. But she comes out, says something for the first time in almost a year, and really kicks it back off.
I don't think she did it intentionally, though. I honestly think she was just trying to shut it down. And you know what? Because we have, like you're saying, Dylan, because we haven't heard anything from her for the last year, well, you know, everybody's just going to latch on to it.
I agree with that. I do agree with that.
If she leaves out the appalled and credibility or reliability comments, I don't think that statement carries as much, doesn't stir up as much of a hornet's nest if it's just legalese without the extrajudicial sort of taunting with "we're appalled" and his reliability is in question.
But that could have also been to signal, hey, listen, we didn't ask for him to do this. You do what you like with him.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. You guys are all making really good points. Every one of you, I get them. Audrey with Glitch DNA's in the house says we're all having culture shock. The rest of the nation has standards and policy. They may appear like they have standards and policy, but in practice, they don't have standards and policy. Turvey lived the shock. So thank you for that, Audrey. And it's great to have you here. Guys, make sure we drop her link, please, and thank you. Poochie, welcome to you. Dago, it doesn't matter them going at each other. What do you think is telling the truth? Have you honestly trusted attorneys before? I think she meant who. And I did. I trusted Ann Taylor. I was very much behind her. I was a huge fan. You can ask my entire community. I was all about Ann Taylor. I never once thought it could be possible that there could be something sideways with this until I heard this. And then the thought was there. Now, again, that doesn't mean I think it. Now I think it could be possible is all I'm saying. Maybe I don't know why. I don't know why. It's just one of those things that I'm working on myself, trying to deal with. So,
does anybody have a theory as to why Turvey would say these things for Turvey detractors? What is the theory? What is the steel man that Turvey's the bad guy and he's just lying? So where's the why?
What's he going to gain?
I think he's defending himself because his report got leaked in January without his knowledge or without him wanting it to get leaked, but it got leaked anyway. So he's defending what he said, and he's just making a defense. He's just starting his own defense.
I don't know that it got leaked per se, because he even claimed that him and Chris Whitcomb are good, close friends. He gave Chris the information for the book, all that, so on and so forth. So that's my question too. What is there for Dr. Brent Turvey to gain from doing this? That's my question.
I think, honestly, again, I think it's just him defending himself. I think that's the point of his statement. I don't think it's anything more than that.
But nobody knew who he was until this happened. like in the true crime, in the media wasn't talking about him. Mainstream media wasn't talking about him.
Well, we did know about him because of his report, like because of his name coming up in the reports that were released, right?
I know, but he was not a very significant player. I mean, Cy Ray was the guy getting all the attention. Somebody's
Right.
mic is causing
Yeah, we
feedback.
didn't know him as well as we knew Cy and the other one.
No, and that's true, but his name was started to be known, and then when this book came out, then it exploded. But his name was in the documents prior to Chris's book release, because Pav mentioned his name all the time.
Yeah,
he was always referring to Dr. Turvey's report.
Absolutely. So other than defending himself, I can't see anything he could gain from lying. I'll just say that. Other than negative attention for people that are supporters of Ann Taylor, things like that. That's all I mean, that's what I was looking for is what could he gain?
Okay, I thought
I will be back, guys. I got to go eat dinner.
Okay, go ahead, bud.
Dago,
yes, sir.
Him defending himself, that's why I wanted to start, what's the genesis of this thing? He was talking when he was under a non-dissemination order. So she responded to him talking.
Yeah, right.
So how can he be defending himself? I mean, he chose to act unprofessionally. But to answer Jesse's question, what the theory is, throughout this entire case, there's been a history and a pattern of sources saying, everybody knows this. The state has never said anything. On the record, all they have ever said is that there's no way of putting Bryan in the home. Now suddenly there's an attack on Ann Taylor to discredit her for some important reason. I don't know what. But maybe in an attempt to get ahead of something that makes the state look bad. So it's surprising me that like a good portion of the pro-Burger community, if you want to call us that, is falling for it. When the pattern, this is a cut of the same pattern. This guy is saying something. So
it's all
does that make any sense?
It's kind of the same theory I had about Chris Whitcomb when the book came out with Whitcomb.
It is, yeah.
I thought he could have been controlled opposition, but the way Whitcomb represents himself, right? Like Whitcomb has his hands tied to Waco and Ruby Ridge. Turvey has his hands tied to exonerating the Memphis Three. Big difference there, right? Whitcomb selling a book. Whitcomb selling a book. Whitcomb selling a book, and Turvey stands to gain nothing. Financially, his career is in jeopardy based on his involvement in this. And I think that as far as getting ahead and controlled opposition, Whitcomb would be in a better position to do that himself. Wouldn't necessarily need Turvey to do that. It seems like, and Turvey doesn't seem like he could be just an actor. If he's an actor, he's a very good actor. But everything you're saying about Turvey, I've felt about Whitcomb. Whereas Turvey, I feel less skeptical of Turvey than I did about Whitcomb.
I think that's because Turvey's an expert and Whitcomb is just a retired federal officer. And I think it makes it harder to look down the barrel at Turvey than you could at Whitcomb. You know what I mean? I get it. And I don't know that everybody, I think what I'm seeing, Eddie, if I can go at what you said a little bit, I think people are disappointed and confused. This is what I think it is from what I'm seeing all over the place. Because he did come forward and he's stating the reason why he's come forward is because he sees what we've all been talking about too. The injustice, the corruption, the game that was being played, and he's talking on it. And at the same time, the people that are confused on this are the ones that are because Ann Taylor, the person that's defending the same person we're out here defending, came at him, the person that's trying to defend him as well, in a negative way. That's where it gets confusing, and where people are seeing they're not seeing the lines in the way that you are. You know what I'm saying? That we are, I should say, because I'm still not there with it. So I think that's where the problem lies with this whole thing, because it doesn't make sense to people. Like, and why are you attacking him? He's trying to help you. Basically, in layman's terms, is what they're trying to say. And that's how it's being seen, because it doesn't make sense to people. If he's saying, "Hey, you're doing this," or I'm showing you this, this, and this, but the other side of it, I get it, because he's saying, "I told her to do this. I told her she should do this, and she didn't do it." That makes her look bad to the public eye. That's where, in turn, she's coming back forward and saying, "Well, you shouldn't have said this, this, and this because you were under an NDA." And this is where people are getting confused. The lines are crossing a little bit, is what I was trying to say. And that's how I see it, at least.
It seems like he truly believes she didn't do her job properly.
And that's what yeah.
And we've debated about whether she's been doing her job properly. And the entire time I've tried to entertain the thought and give her the benefit of the doubt. But we're running out of time for benefit of the doubt. Like, at the end of the day, we've got the wrong result. And when somebody like Turvey says, no, these are the things that should have and could have been done, I feel like that's the way I've felt the entire time. And I have been giving the benefit of the doubt, but when somebody comes out and says it, these are things that we've all discussed these things before.
Right. That's what
and now
I mean.
he's kind of telling us what we want to hear in a way. And it's easy to be enticed by somebody telling you what. I mean, it's like a girl telling you, "Hey, you look great in that shirt. It's only $19.99. Are you interested?"
Yeah, right. And then if you add to that, Jesse, that's exactly it right there, Eddie, too. If you add to that, okay, the fact that he has 4 months left before he can't file anything at that point, that is another, everybody's saying it looks like she's standing on it, not allowing it to go forward. He makes the statement, well, nothing's going to happen until she's removed as his counsel. People are taking that to heart, saying, what is she doing then? Why is she not speaking up? Why are they not filing anything? And you add that to the mix, and that's what's pissing people off, because they think that he should be filing appeals left and right, and nothing's happening because she's still his counsel, and it's making it sound like she's not allowing anything to happen, and that she's the reason why. Of course, we don't know that. We don't know. This could be Bryan 100% saying, no, I'm done. Leave it alone. Move along. Don't touch it. We don't know that. That could be him. So, and that's it, because we have 4 months, and then he's done. And it's making it sound like when the fourth month hit, Jesus Christ, when that time comes, then she'll speak out and say, well, this is what he wanted. This is that. This nothing I could do about it. It's time to move on. So
that's probably what she's going to end up doing anyway, whether that's true or not.
It's all based on what Bryan says, folks. Nobody has a choice in this but him. That's a big part of this.
I was like you, Eddie, until this thing with Dr. Turvey about
and that's what Eddie's saying too, though, Leah, is that there's a lot of people that were like that, and then this come out and people are automatically jumping ship, and that's what he was asking about, if nobody understood that. And I'm, like I said, I'm not there yet. I'm not. If I ever do get there, I may. I want to hear, which I hope to God there's a way that we're going to, her side of things come for this to explain this. And when I
don't think we're. Go ahead.
I just said, when I hear that, then I can weigh both sides, and then I will make that decision on how I truly feel on this. That's just how I do it. You guys know that, and I've done that the whole time. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't think we're just believing anything, with Dr. Turvey. I mean, we know there's hair. We know that from us investigating, we should know what Dr. Turvey is saying is true or not. I mean, yes, we can believe that Ethan pulled hair. We saw crime scene photos of hair all around the bed and etc. You know what I'm saying? We didn't know about the chain of custody. We couldn't known about that. But the crime scene photos showed us a lot to tell us whether Turvey was telling the truth or not.
Yeah, we saw the hair.
Not so much of.
We
Go ahead.
learned about the chain of custody stuff thanks to that situation. We know about the cleanup, and the sheath we found out about through the book. You know, all of these things were red flags for him, and he said he pointed them all out to her, and they just basically washed their hands with it and said, "I have other cases. What do you want me to do?" And that's what people are hot about. Like, all of those things were presented to her. I think he said like 4 days before the plea, and nothing was done. And he said multiple times, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, that he told her, "You need to test his hair." In fact, he even said it as he's walking out the door. You need to test his hair. It's you know, very relevant to the situation, and it never happened. So in turn, he's saying she just never did it. So that's why I believe she didn't want to. And that's his opinion. It's not a fact. It's his opinion because we don't know the fact yet. So
There was a pretty good comment in the chat from Private Account regarding his involvement in the West Memphis 3. I don't know if you can find it, Dago. If
I'm
you
looking
could bring
right
it up.
now, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. Hold on. And I want to thank everybody in here that is being respectful. Same with the people on the panel, because this is how we do this, guys. Truly and honestly. So thank you all for being adults and respectful.
Dago, I just want clarification on something that you just said.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Were you paraphrasing?
With what? Is that you, Eddie?
Yeah, I'm trying to talk, but someone's got.
Yeah, there was some loud background noise. Try that again. See what happens.
Okay, so my.
I think you're good now. I know where it came from. I muted it. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm just asking you if you were paraphrasing. Are you saying that Dr. Turvey said that and said, "I have other cases. What do you expect me to do"? Were you just paraphrasing that?
Well, that is what we were told was said. In the
So it's a he said. It's not even a he said, she said. It's just a he said. We don't know.
It's supposedly it's in a recorded interview. It'll be proven if we ever hear it. Otherwise, than that, yes, it's he said, she said at this point.
See, these are yet another example. You know, you can't. That's going to get people upset. And had I not paused and questioned it, you know, that's what
let me ask
is
you a
really
question.
happening here, time and again.
Well, that's why I said these things they're not verifiable. So you guys have to remember, as most of you do, these aren't facts at this point. This is what we're told. Let me ask you, though, what if that was said, Eddie? How would you feel about that?
Well, that's hypothetical. Let's just wait to have it proven that she said that. But if anyone said that, that would obviously my answer. You know what my answer would be? It would be that's out of line for that.
It's lazy. Yeah, it's lazy.
That's not professional.
But he also said that he was highly competent, highly intelligent, and didn't miss a thing prior to the plea.
Yeah, he said that she was probably one of the attorneys he respected more than anyone. She was an encyclopedia of information with this case. You could ask her anything on this case. The only thing that's changed his mind is her taking the plea on this. That's what has sparked every bit of this. And he's making this out to be that I see this as a travesty of justice. It's an absolute disaster. Same thing that basically Cy Ray has said. Cy Ray just never spoke public on it. So at that point, that's why this has become what it has, I think. Sorry.
In fairness, let me reverse the question. What if it turns out that he's mischaracterizing what she said? She never said anything like that. And that's a lie.
I think we've already acknowledged that if he's mischaracterizing anything,
that's a problem.
He's F-U-C-K.
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I'll be honest, Eddie. And I almost expect that to happen at this point. That's where I'm still at with this.
Because for me to believe Ann said that there's no part of my being that can even entertain that. I would.
It's very hard to accept. Yes, sir. And Chris is the one that said that Turvey allowed him to listen to. I'm pretty sure somebody will correct me again. Tom, will you remember this? I'm pretty sure Chris said that he sat down. He asked Turvey what she said when he asked her why you took the plea deal, and he said, "Here it is. Listen to this." And he supposedly allowed her or allowed him to listen to the interview. And I struggle with that. Don't get me wrong. I struggle with that. Okay. And that's what she said. What do you expect me to do? I have other cases to handle. I have nowhere else to go with this. I can't do anything else. So if she said that, I can't really be too mad. But at the same time, it does seem lazy. If you were given information that could have turned this around and you said that, right. And I'm not saying I believe that it happened because it does not sound like her, but
I don't take it that way when she's saying, I have nowhere else to go. What am I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? Because Hitler has shut her down on every fucking corner.
or one of the sources. Okay, I misspoke. I'm sorry. I guess he said one of the sources, not Dr. Turvey. My apologies. My apologies. Anyway, but yeah, I agree with you, Tom.
I mean, I get her point. What is she supposed to do? Do I think that's her being lazy? No. I think it is her questioning, okay, what else do I have? I can't do anything else. He will not let me.
But even though somebody's handing you more information that maybe you didn't have or pointing it out to you, do you still think that same way?
Yes, because Hitler, he was nothing new. He didn't want anything new.
Well, here's the thing, though, and I wonder this too, you guys. Since Tomboy just said that, let's say this: if this hair was something that was mislabeled somewhere and nobody knew about it, honestly, which I do have a high doubt about, I'm just saying, and it was brought out, I don't think Hitler could deny that if it's brought in as, "Hey, this was hidden. We didn't find this. This is a problem. We need to test this."
Hitler shouldn't have been able to do a lot of the shit he did. But
yeah,
he
but
did
wouldn't
it.
I think it's a Brady violation on its own.
I was going to say he would almost have to do it, I would think, if it was brought to the table that way. I would think. I mean, I could be wrong.
Think.
That's just a thought.
One would think.
So that's there again. I don't know. And that's
So
I agree with you.
comment-
Welcome, Lori. By the way, I'm sorry I didn't welcome you.
Hi, Lori. That comment was from private account. They mentioned that during his involvement in the Memphis 3 case, a very similar situation started. There was a war between him, the expert, and the defense attorneys for Dylan. What was his name? Damian Eccles and
Damian Eccles. Yeah.
Jesse Miss Kelly, I believe. Miss Kelly and Eccles.
Yeah.
So anyway, their defense attorneys went to war in a similar fashion to this war between Anne and Turvey, which is interesting because we all know the result of that, right? Those guys got released eventually. So I thought that was quite, and this is based on what somebody, I don't know this to be the case, but this is what this comment is about. And I would like to look, I'm definitely going to take the time to do some research on that.
Well, they weren't exonerated. Let's just say that, because they had to, they did an Alford plea.
I saw somebody in TruCrime Designs community posts saying that those guys are clearly guilty and that Turvey's not credible because he had a hand in getting them out. I thought that was interesting.
Really?
Wow.
Okay, because the DNA on the shoelace wasn't none of them.
No, I've never thought they were guilty at that point. I'm sorry.
Never
with that
once
one.
thought they were guilty.
Yeah, well, this was some as I said before, I was trying to find some material to steel man Eddie's argument, and this is the kind of shit I'm coming up against. People who think that Turvey's a bad guy because he got these guilty West Memphis 3 people out. So that's what I'm saying. There's not much out there.
Well,
there's not much out there for people because Turvey seems to leave himself wide open for attacks from the likes of Gray Hughes or Daniel, or you know the names, the bad actors, but they're not talking about her. They don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole.
Because
another thing about
he's right, and that God heaven forbid should they admit that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The fact that they don't want to touch it and the fact that there's nothing out there indicates that he could be right. Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah, good point.
Come on, the only mainstream media people that have even touched this is Mr. Pretty Hair.
Frodo. Yeah, I think Frodo is the only one that has ever talked about this. Even Nancy Grace wouldn't touch this yet.
I'm sorry, Baby Douche.
Whatever you want to call him, go for it. I don't think Turvey cares. I agree with Jesse on that, because and with all due respect, he does have a bit of an arrogance, persona, but I think it's based on the fact that he knows what he does, he's good at. And I feel that that's part of the reason why he is the way he is. And he almost presents a confidence level that makes people believe in what he says, because he said it like, I'm not going to come out here and do this if it's not what it is, period. I'm just not. You know what I mean? So I think that's what gives the confidence level what it does. Now, I hope that this turns out to be some big miscommunication. I'll be honest with you. I want both things to be true. This is what I want. I want Ann to be who we've always thought she was, and I want him to be right about the other things too. And somehow or another, there's a meet in the middle, and they work it out some way, and it works itself out to be what we need it to be. That's what I hope for this. Is that going to happen? Probably not. Okay. But I'm just saying.
We can have pipe dreams.
I mean, agreed, So, Miss Lori, do you have anything to add to any of what we said before I bring this up and go forward with the interview?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. I hope you guys
Welcome,
are
dear.
having a great day. Thank you, as always, for letting me.
Nachos.
Absolutely.
I want to say, I know some people don't feel the same way about it, but do you guys remember the ISP photo dump where they accidentally
Yes.
released
Yeah.
the victims' photos? I still, to this day, feel that was super intentional. Carefully, I feel they carefully released the victim photos. Whoever released them, I feel it was intentional.
Somebody that wanted to point out, like,
Yeah.
I agree with you. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and I feel it was because, and the reason why I feel that way is because it was each victim was posted. It was Xana, and I can see Maddie and Kaylee in the reflection of the bulbs. I'm sorry, guys, I have a cold, so I'm
No,
gonna
you're okay.
I'm trying not to sniff if I can. But I can see the girl's reflection in the bulbs, and then you can obviously see Xana, and then you can see Ethan, and you can see the hair that they're talking about,
Right.
with this, with these things. But that's why I feel it was strategic, and I feel it was intentional. And then obviously, the photos were taken back and all that, but I still to this day feel it was very intentional. And so I feel that this was planned in advance, and then they took the photos back, of course. But if you look back at the photos that were, deliberately leaked and then coincide with what we're being told now, some of it does go together, and that's mostly what I wanted to talk about. And I just want to come up on panel too.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Always welcome. Always welcome.
Yeah,
No,
my wind chimes are going, so I'll mute out. But that was what I wanted to mention with that in mind. And I am on the side of, I do not think Turvey would risk. He has more to lose than he does to gain with
definitely, yeah.
doing what he's doing. And one thing he said that really stood out to me is it's every citizen's duty to come out. And I really feel that's why he's doing this. I don't feel he has he's harboring something against Ann, and he's just mad, and that's why he's doing this. That's all I really want to say for now.
I think
that comment about the West Memphis 3, I think, emboldens my opinion in agreement with what you just said.
Yeah.
That makes sense for sure. Agreed.
Yeah. So I'll mute while I'm not on just because my wind chimes is so beautiful in Ohio today.
It is. It
It's
is very much so. Other than the
65.
rain,
Yeah. Oh, I don't have rain down here in my neck of the
we had it.
woods.
It was very. I thought my house was going to blow away for about 20 minutes there, but we're good now. But it's beautiful out.
Okay. But I'm here.
Thank you so much
Yeah.
for joining us. I appreciate your input
Yeah.
and
Thank
you joining
you.
us.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Miss Audrey says again, Turvey isn't the only one who can see what might happen. It's Yvonne Missy Woods from Colorado situation. It's a train heading right for it. Very good points, Audrey.
It
Thank
would
you again.
be lovely if Miss Audrey could come up and tell us all about it.
Yeah, you're always welcome to join us too, Audrey. You know that. My door's always open to you, always has been. So please feel free if you want. Click the link. It's pinned to the top of the chat. Come on up and jump in. Welcome back, Moto. Good to see you. I hope you enjoyed your dinner, sir.
Yeah, it wasn't so bad. It was crap dinner.
Hey,
I was
nothing wrong
going to
with
say
that.
it couldn't be that fancy. It was only 5 minutes
Welcome
ago.
back.
Yeah. Well, if you're hungry enough, you could eat it in that pound of time too. So there's that. So, yeah, absolutely, Audrey. You know you're welcome up here anytime. Everybody up here has nothing but respect for you, so feel free. I anytime.
Yes, Audrey.
Um,
I'd like to see you come up.
so anything anybody wants to add before we pull up and go forward with this interview anymore at all? And
I think
again,
we're ready.
I think I want to thank everybody for being respectful to each other ahead of time and during. Thank you again for the moderators. You're doing amazing jobs as always, and please continue to respect each other's opinions, feelings, and thoughts on this, guys. Thank you.
If you don't, Eddie's gonna throw his derailleur at you.
There you go. All right, here we go. This is where we left off yesterday. I think we're just a little bit more than halfway through it, and on we go. And again, if anybody needs me to stop, freeze, back up, whatever, just let me know.
But there still would have been a huge reasonable doubt there for the jury on whether the sheath had been tampered with or could have been tampered with.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Ron, I think that's a good point because I know that everyone brings up the chain of custody and some people are saying it's not an issue, but when you're looking at the admissibility of potential evidence at trial, it certainly is an issue. What a judge would do with it may be a different thing, whether you'd agree with that or not, but it's still a very important issue because if it is excluded, then you can't even talk about that at all. It's out.
Or the little piece of DNA in the clasp. Here's the point. The people who are saying that are people who've already decided what they want to be true or what not to be true. But let's ask ourselves a basic question. It's like saying physical evidence isn't important or necessary. If that's true, then why do we have crime labs? Why do we bother to train people to collect evidence? Why do we bother to train people to test evidence? Why do we have a whole realm of the criminal justice system dedicated to forensic science and the interpretation of forensic evidence? Why is that important? And more importantly, why is the chain of custody right on the outside of the bag? Why is it right there for everyone to see? And why are we bothering to do the signatures? Why does that matter? Because it's super important for reliability and for admissibility. It's super important. And pretending it's not when you do that, it kind of shows your cards a little bit. Shows your cards. Shows who you really are as a criminal justice professional or even as a commentator. That you've already decided and you don't want to hear it.
And this chain of custody issue with the sheath, this was something that you were bringing to Ann Taylor's attention right about the time the plea came down, right?
Yeah. Well, it was brought to my attention, and then it was asked to me as a question, and I answered the question, and then I was given the assignment of going and looking at all the change of custody for all other important.
And what point was that, though, when it was brought to your attention, Dr. Turvey? At what point, roughly, was that at?
Well, I don't know when everybody else knew, but it was a question that arose at some point. I couldn't tell you when, but it was brought to my attention about a week prior, and then I was given the task of running down change of custody on other items. And again,
so
that's not a secret.
I'm assuming you shared your conclusions based on your research. I'm assuming you shared those with Ms. Taylor.
For sure.
And you didn't.
Okay, so he's saying that he realized. Well, okay, first and foremost, he's saying that Ann or somebody on the defense team asked him a question about this chain of custody issue with the knife sheath. So then, in turn, he's given the task to go look into that and other things involving that. A week prior to the plea change hearing, he gets his results and hands them off to her. So that's something that's kind of interesting to me at that time period, I should say, at least. So and it's something that was requested by them. So at that point, they're still going forward with this if they're asking him to do this. That's just what I'm going to say at that point, as far as what I'm gathering from this.
Dago, all I'm going to say about this is that
Yes,
it
sir.
seems inconsistent with the statement that we read this morning, or I mean, moments ago, and Taylor's response, what she hired him to do. That seems out of the scope of what she's saying in that.
What do you
statement.
mean? Like that's not what he's supposed to do?
Right. He's saying that she sent him on this task to investigate it, right?
Yeah.
But
right.
he was hired to give an opinion of the crime scene, and that's it. And she was specific about that. So that's an inconsistency to me.
Well,
I think he addresses it. I think he says specifically that he was hired to investigate the sheath and whether it was placed
as part of the crime scene, probably, because the main thing he does. Sorry, Jesse, real quick. I'm sorry, I want to get it out. Is he looks into the fact that he investigates staged crime scenes to see if they're staged, and in turn, that would explain with the sheath thing. That's my understanding. Sorry, Jess, I didn't mean to step on you.
He did say that. He said he was his role was to see if he could find evidence that the sheath was planted.
And
but in doing so, he has to view the sheath, right? So there's the chain of custody is on the package. He notices it, even though it's outside of what she's asked him to do. And to me, if he brings that to her attention because he noticed it while he was doing what, he didn't go outside. He didn't go outside of what she asked him to do to look for this. It hit him in the face as he was doing what was requested of him, is the way he describes it. And to me, if he catches something like that, brings it to her attention, and if that's represented as, well, that's not your job, that doesn't sound very good to me. That sounds like...
And he did say that his wheelhouse had been expanded with this case, like in quite a few ways, because of what he does. The whole staging and all that other stuff. And within the staging investigations, he found these other things too. And just said, hey, this is what's going on.
I do think anyways, he has addressed that concern that you just raised. I don't know if he addresses it if he addressed it before or if he's going to address it now, but I have heard him address that concern.
I remember, I don't remember where it was either, but we'll see if it comes after the fact. Yeah, a sheath with some gray dust debris on it. Right. It's exactly how it was listed. All right. Anything else, guys, before I go forward? Oh, it looks like... Okay.
Even really have a chance to finish those tasks by the time he pled guilty, right?
Well, I can't answer that.
Okay.
I completed a lot. Let's put it this way: I completed a lot of tasks.
Okay. What were there other items of evidence that there were chain of custody issues that you did find?
I think that's a question that needs to be answered later. I can only discuss what's publicly disclosed.
Okay.
But I think that's a reasonable question that we should be asking. Everyone should be asking that question.
All right, I already got you penciled in for part 2, Dr. Turvey. That's awesome.
A year from now.
All right, I'm going to play that back real quick so that's heard for sure what he just said. I think that's somewhat important. Welcome, Chet. Good to see you, bud.
And again, so that's not a secret. Well, I don't know when everybody else knew, but it was a question that arose at some point. I couldn't tell you when, but it was brought to my attention about a week prior. And then I was given the task of look at running down change of custody on other items. And
So
again,
you had
that's not
I'm
a secret.
assuming you shared your conclusions based on your research. I'm assuming you shared those with Ms. Taylor.
For sure.
and you didn't even really have a chance to finish those tasks by the time he pled guilty, right?
Well, I can't answer that.
Okay.
I completed a lot of, let's put it this way. I completed a lot of tasks.
Okay. What were there other items of evidence that there were chain of custody issues that you did find?
I think that's a question that needs to be answered later. I can only discuss what's publicly disclosed.
Okay.
But I think that's a reasonable question that we should be asking. Everyone should be asking that question.
All right, I already got you penciled in for part 2, Dr. Turvey. That's awesome.
A year from now, after the IAC hearing, right?
There's got to be an IAC hearing, right?
There has to be.
No, there doesn't have to be at all. As long as Anteo is the attorney and representing Bryan Kohberger, there's not any chance of that.
Justice requires it.
Well, I would agree. I will just say this: science and justice both require a level of transparency that we're not experiencing in this case.
Can I ask this?
You can ask whatever.
As far as that goes, I think what he's saying, I think he's referring to things that have been put into the public eye that we have seen, is what I think he means. That's all he's allowed to disclose. But there in turn, though, he did disclose information that we didn't know, okay? He's claiming, and as well as Whitcomb did too, that there are documents out there, we just haven't seen them. But again, I don't know that that's true because we don't know. You know what I mean? So we can't verify that yet. They've both made that statement in some form or another. So good point, though, CT. Good point. And welcome,
Diego?
by the way. Yes.
Aubrey keeps bringing up Missy Woods, and
yeah,
I think we've already passed the part where he discusses the lab in Texas, and I hypothesized that he pulled Texas out of his. He tried to recall what state it was, and he said Texas. I said, well, I thought it was Colorado, right?
Right.
Remember that?
Yeah.
We discussed that yesterday. And I don't know if it happened in Texas and Colorado, but my recollection was that what he was describing happened in Colorado. So I just thought it was important to maybe let her know, Aubrey or Glitch DNA Lab, that
right.
he was. I believe he was discussing Missy Woods in this interview. She's probably aware, but maybe she could elaborate on that.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I think that did happen. I agree. And again, thank you so much, Audrey, for your input with this. It's very helpful, very helpful. And she said, right, but this entire case may end in the same situation. And that is a good point. It is a good point. Very much so. Again, thank you. Grateful to have you here today, Audrey, and all of you for sure.
Was any DNA found on that night sheet ever directly tied to Bryan Kohberger?
Not that I'm aware of.
That's huge. That is huge to me. Not that I'm aware of. No DNA tied to Bryan Kohberger, which we all knew already. I've been screaming this. Eddie has said it. We've all said that is not Bryan's DNA on that sheet, period. So we all know that that's fact.
And he helped confirm it.
Well, then how?
Yes.
Why are we seeing that all over the place? That people are saying that Bryan Kohberger's DNA was found on the sheet.
It is right now. You guys are smart people. I like you guys. You're smart. So, how many things do you see daily being discussed about this case that have no basis in reality?
Tons.
A lot.
Yeah.
So much bullshit.
Welcome, Busy.
Yeah,
that's the answer.
So I know in the book, actually initially the first crime lab that the sheath was sent to, they returned it saying there's no chain of custody, right?
No, that was you're confusing two different events. Right? One is the Idaho State Police Crime Lab. They are the ones who originally said, hey, we got the sheath now. I need a chain of custody form for this because there's not one on it. So they asked for one. And a few days later, Moscow police sent them one that they had fabricated. All right. Then there's the other issue of the testing of the DNA on the sheath, which is about on the clasp, which was done at the lab in Texas, I think. The initial testing. So these are two separate issues.
And
the
what
lab in
was,
Texas, Othram.
Sorry, what?
Was that Othram Labs? The lab in Texas?
I can't recall independently. The DNA was not my part, was not my area of expertise. The DNA interpretation is not my area of expertise. What I know is that at the Franks hearing, pretty much everyone agreed that this was the DNA that they found was an investigative lead and not sufficient to make an identification.
That's so. Yeah, I know that in the book, in Whitcomb's book, Chris's book, he indicated that the FBI essentially gave Bryan Kohberger's name to local law enforcement as a tip, so that it's as strong as they can get. Do you have any information about that, or did he get that from others?
That's something you'd have to ask the FBI about. I don't. I mean, I think that answers the question. Everybody who testified at the Franks hearing did not perceive this as a nail in the coffin. They perceived it as an investigative lead that should be followed up on. But then, cameras start rolling and people get in front of the camera and a microphone gets stuck in their face and they don't want to look like a slapped ass. So they start saying stuff. I'm more than happy to look like a slapped ass, by the way.
Well, I can tell you, Dr. Turvey, this case, it needed you, it needed Chris, it needed you to speak out. I can tell you as 3 attorneys sitting here, it is wild to me how few professionals have actually spoken out about how badly this case has been screwed up.
I've thought about that a lot. I'm glad you brought that up because I've thought about it a lot. There's nothing remarkable about what I'm doing in this case. Given my 30 years of experience with other cases, I'm just doing it the same way I do all my cases. Following the law, making sure that Brady material is disclosed, making sure that testing occurs that should occur, giving good advice to make sure that everybody's rights are protected. My real question is, why are so many other people frightened and not speaking up? And the reason why, in my opinion, is that they're compromised by money, or 2, they get a little close to something that they've never been close to before, a little power, a little celebrity, a little something, and they get excited and they just run amok. They start doing things that are against their nature. And I'm used to being somebody who is not popular. I'm not interested in being popular. I'm not interested in making friends, and I'm preserving my professional integrity for my other cases. That's what I do. When I'm thinking about I have more than once dumped myself off a case because an attorney was engaging in inappropriate, unethical behavior. And I said, I'm out, and I'm not doing this, and you go do your own thing on your own. That doesn't mean I need to speak up about it because it's maybe just unethical behavior that I don't like maybe they're using cocaine, or maybe they're cheating on their spouse, and I find that out, and I don't want anything to do with them. They're a hand grenade with a pin pull, and I don't want to be around when it goes off. Okay. But I think there's a lot of people who don't know how to behave anymore. I think we're missing people that know how to behave in the criminal justice system. I think everyone who's just trying to get their glory. And I want to ask this directly so everybody can know. How much am I being paid for this interview?
I'm not paying you.
That's right, nothing. Did I ask for anything in exchange for this interview?
No, absolutely nothing.
No, nor would I. I already been paid for my time and my work on this case. I don't need money. Is the least of my interest because I'm protecting my reputation for future cases. Right? I have other cases I'm working in. My reputation has to be protected for those, not just this one. All right.
And one of the things that grabbed our attention to you is when we were going through the reports. This is even before we had ever even talked for the first time for our pre-call, over a month ago.
Okay, yeah.
Your report, it provided conclusions and your expert opinion, which is what so many of the prosecution's experts did not do. They couldn't tie things together. They didn't even, most of them didn't even give an expert opinion, which is the purpose of an expert. But, you know, I would say the three of us did a pretty good job on your report when we were going through all of the issues with not even knowing everything we know today.
Right.
But you were very, very methodical and scientific, and your analysis was always spot on. And
right. I didn't give you that report. Let's do a little timeline here.
No,
I did not provide you my report.
Did you have a question, Moto?
No, my wife was talking about K-cups.
Oh, gotcha. Gotta love K-cups. Gotcha. No problem. Anybody else? Everybody else good? Any questions, thoughts, feelings, opinions before we keep going?
Someone in chat made a comment and it was immediately wiped away. I'm curious to know if that person who posted it wiped it away or if a moderator did.
Well, some of this stuff is getting pulled from YouTube too. Which comment was it? Do you remember? Or who?
I'll put it in the back chat. I don't know,
Okay.
if the person who posted it, yeah, I don't know if I want to say it, just
We'll just throw it in the back
for
chat.
those reasons, but it was on point, and I thought it yesterday too.
No, go ahead and throw it in the back chat, and I'll look at it, and if it fits, then we can talk about it. If it's acceptable. Let me see. I'm checking anybody else up here. Any thoughts, feelings, opinions, issues, anything? Some things do get. YouTube has been crazy lately with removing comments that don't make no sense that they're removing them, but they've been doing it.
If you're looking for an opinion, I always got spare opinions that I like to give out for free.
Of course. That's what it's all about.
I will just say that Turvey, way back, like 5 minutes ago, 10 minutes ago in the interview, he sort of plays himself off as like the hero in a movie, right? When they said, did you have time to complete all your tasks? And he said, well, I can't answer that question. And I think the way I read into that was he sort of was representing him. You know how in cop movies, the cop always has to hand in his badge, but he keeps on investigating the case. And that's, I think, the persona that Turvey views himself as.
Yeah, no, I got you, and I can see that too. And the comment that was made was, and I saw it. I don't know how it was removed. It doesn't matter. It could have just been thought that it was inappropriate. But if somebody asked if they wondered if he was drinking during this, from my understanding, he doesn't drink at all. And if it's because of the way he's talking, he just had major oral surgery done and is still recovering. So I know he slurred a few things. I think that's why. That's why he canceled the previous interview. I think it was last Monday because he had just had it done 2 days before that. So, but that my understanding is he doesn't drink at all. That's what I've been told. So, either way, like I said, it's probably, I think it's just because it was probably unnecessary that it was removed if it was at all. So, or YouTube took it, which I don't think they would take something like that. So it's probably within here just to keep things square. That's all. Anyway, on we go. Or maybe I should say for Jesse, moving forward.
Yeah, I didn't have to.
I'm talking about the sorry, it's the one that was released. It is
That's right. Sutton's response to my report, where she basically agrees with everything and says everything I'm saying is possible and comes to no real conclusions of her own other than he must have been naked running through the house committing the crime. That's how he didn't have transfer material on him.
That might be one of the stupidest things I've ever heard.
It's her trying to make her client happy. This is the problem if you only work for one side or if you're trying to get work with another side. You twist yourself into a pretzel trying to make people happy. I never worry about making people happy. I know they're going to be mad with me when I'm done, so I don't care. But the point is, my report and the findings of my report were released in that disclosure and then published by Fox News back in January or February 2025. Then in March 2025, no. When was it? Was it this year? People Magazine, I think this year, got a copy of my report in Discovery. Or at least they said they did. And then they produced a whole article about it. What's interesting is they didn't contact me to ask me for comment. So that was interesting too.
That is interesting.
Yeah, but so my findings are out there. They're already out there. They're publicly available. And I'm one of the only experts whose findings from the defense are available. But I can tell you this, I wasn't standing on the corner by myself.
That's definitely an interesting comment. I wasn't standing on the corner by myself, which I took that as, excuse me, there's other people that agree with his findings and that are questioning things as well. That's how I took it. I'm not sure about you guys, but
maybe Bicca and Eliza.
Yeah.
It's hard to say that now because, well, they were included in that statement that Anne released, the one we read today, right?
They were all included in that. But see, this was before the statement was released. He's talking about when he handed over his findings, he wasn't alone on this. So it could have been Anne as well that agreed with these things. We don't know that at this point, okay? This all has come to the table this way only since that statement was made. So and he is close with Barlow, I believe. I understood that was talked about before, that him and Bicca are pretty close. They know each other very well. They worked together before, so there's that too. What corner? I don't know. I don't know, Clyde. Welcome, by the way. I don't know.
What are your biggest problems with Dr. Sutton's report and at least the few conclusions that she had in that?
Well, she didn't really have any real concrete conclusions. It was all maybe this, possibly that. And then, of course, she was trying to explain away the absence of evidence, right? Constantly trying to explain away the absence of evidence. That's not the role of a forensic scientist. They're not there to be an advocate. They're not there to help support the theory of their client. They're there to explain whether the theory the client has comports with the posture of the physical evidence as it exists. Okay? So she sort of took on the role of advocate, and that's my biggest problem. And she knows better. She knows better.
And I know that one of your conclusions, at least as it came out in Dr. Sutton's report and elsewhere, was that this crime was committed by at least two people, or certainly not committed by one person. Why did you come to that conclusion?
Well, this is not, again, this is all public. This is not me disclosing anything that wasn't already there. One, you have the amount of time that this would have taken, the amount of cleanup that was involved, and then also the involvement of the lower floors and evidence being moved around that has blood on it on the first floor and the second floor, as well as multiple weapons being used, at least two knives and at least one blunt force object, that none of which were recovered or found. And then multiple methods of killing, even on one victim, where you have blunt force trauma, strangulation, and then multiple knife wounds. So, and contemporaneous with the other victim being killed right next to her. And the ability to control people like that is very difficult. So those things led to the conclusion that at least two people were involved. You don't see that where just one person. There was one, I'll tell you, there's one case that was really interesting that I worked on. It was two women who were married and they got into a domestic dispute and they got in a fight in the kitchen. Mm-hmm. You know, the most dangerous rooms in your house are going to be your kitchen or your bedroom, because that's where you have interactions with your partner. And they got into this big fight, and it started out with one getting a knife and stabbing them. Then the knife broke because it was a shitty piece of shit, cheap knife. And then they used a screwdriver and that broke. And then they had a jar of pickles that shattered on the floor, and they took a shard from that and they were stabbing it with it. But it was all in the same location and all found at the scene and all tied to the one person. All right. In this case, whoever did this removed all the murder weapons from the home. They removed all the bloody clothing that they wore at the scene from the home. And they left in a vehicle that is yet to be identified.
Kind of interesting how.
What's up, SRB? What's wrong? Is it something he said? Or did I miss something? How do we go from maybe a female to a college woman? Is that what you're talking about? Links to discussion topics will be located. Oh yeah. Any of the discussion topics that we have, that we're talking about, and it's going to go forward for all of our shows. One of our awesome moderators will be posting the links in the after show comment section. That way you guys can click those links and it's not distracting during the show, and be able to go to look at our sources and the things that we use for research and so on and so forth based on everything. Thank you, SRB, for posting that. Very much appreciated. Oh, got you. Okay. On we go. Welcome, Jen. Good to see you today. Speaking of, Sally Shepard, Sweet Pea, all you guys that popped up in here, thank you guys so much for joining us. Please make sure to hit the like button. You are greatly appreciated. It's great to have you all here.
Car down to the metal and tested it with everything they had. They couldn't find any evidence of transfer evidence from the crime scene into that vehicle. So it was eliminated.
Now, in your experience, is that something that would be normal for them not to find, stripping that vehicle down to the nails and not finding any connection back to the defendant?
Well, think of it this way. You commit the crime, you got blood on your hands, you got blood on your feet, you got blood on your clothes, hair, face. Unless you go take a shower, which there's evidence that could have happened, because the first floor bathroom was completely cleaned. Could have been, but that would have taken more time and required a lot of confidence on the part of the person. Somebody who was very confident they weren't going to be interrupted.
I don't agree with that comment.
That might be true. Might be. But you'd have to show that evidence of that cleanup. And you'd have to sort of, so I can see the possibility, but it makes more sense if the person spent that time in the house cleaning up, which there's evidence there was time spent cleaning up in that bathroom with these clothes and with the removal of items and objects from the first floor bathroom.
And Chris points out in his book that there was nothing remaining in that bathroom that would be normal to have, toothbrush, towels, normal things in that bathroom. Does that point to any?
More than that. Yeah, it's more than that. So go to that.
Thank you, Don Boy, for joining us. Are you leaving?
Yeah, in a second, but I'm going to tell you that I don't agree with Tad's comment about that downstairs bathroom being cleaned. It was not cleaned. They just took shit out of it. They didn't clean it.
It's not clean. There's dirt stains in the bottom of the tub and things like that. They're
oh my God, the sink in that bathroom and that little cart next to the sink, it was horrible.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing there to notice is that there's a shelf sitting next to the sink there that looks like it was probably full of towels. There's none there. The toilet paper's gone. So they removed things, and I'm guessing towels were a big one, possibly to help clean up things. So that's.
I don't think there were towels in there because you can see where it's like maybe plastic containers, drawers slide in there.
It could be that too.
You can. See
I have a theory.
You can see the dust on the side.
Okay.
But all those are gone, and when Nunez first walks in, you can kind of see in towards that bathroom, and you see a whole shit ton of stuff on that the side of the ledge of the tub.
Oh yeah.
But when they took a picture, there's only two things on there. Where'd everything go?
Yeah, that's a good point. I just expected to see a lot more in there, being that it's a woman. That's her own personal bathroom on that ground floor. I would have thought it would have been loaded down with things, but there was nothing in there. So it was definitely not clean.
I have a theory.
Yes, sir.
We have long speculated about what happened in that spare room and how it was referred to as Kaylee's office,
right?
Where the girls were getting money from, and it's since come out that a couple of them were on OnlyFans. I'm going to speculate that the items that were removed from that bedroom and that bathroom immediately adjacent to it were removed because they had DNA on them from individuals who wouldn't want to be named. But basically, I think that was perhaps that the office was like a short time room, basically, is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, like a boom room. I got you.
Well, you can see, remember, Dago, in the photos of the downstairs bedroom, you can clearly see where it looks like somebody put a foot at the end of the bed and just like shoved it.
Yeah, we talked about that a while back, that was almost, it's wondered if that was almost like a smush room or something like that for people there that would, come to parties or whatever, which I don't doubt. you know,
And they need to pass out or go do the
yeah, yeah,
the
whatever,
horizontal
yeah,
mambo or whatever. Yeah.
100%. And that's what it was actually referenced to the fact that Lakeland could have spent the night in that room, was offered that, and chose to go home anyway. So yes, absolutely good point.
It would just explain why they had to get rid of everything, though, because if that room was actually used for that purpose, and during the cleanup, you would be well aware that there would be all this DNA and all this evidence of that going on, and the reason for the cover up probably involves that, right? That's part of the whole cover up.
Yeah.
That would probably lead you toward the real perpetrators. So all that evidence had to go. That's my hypothesis.
It's very interesting, Jesse. It's very believable for sure. So
Okay, now I'm gonna sneak out. I gotta go play chauffeur.
all right, be careful. We'll see you soon.
All right.
See you later. I think Lakeland also mentioned that she had slept in that bed before.
Yeah, yeah.
And that it was very uncomfortable.
Right. My biggest question with that though, Lori, is we were told by Dylan herself that Lakeland was so drunk that she had to help her to get a ride to get home. They go there, they're there 45 minutes, and then Lakeland decides she's offered to stay the night there, and Lakeland decides she's gonna walk home. I think it's a 10 or 15-minute walk to her home, when she could have, just like I've been complaining about for months now, that it almost feels like she's involved in the whole group of people that purposely distanced themselves because something wasn't right that night. So
not only that, the interview with Lakeland with the officer who's interviewing her, he basically tells the story for her.
Yeah.
He's coaching her along the whole way. Like he's asking the question, and while he's asking the question, he's answering the question.
Right.
He's giving her the answers to the questions. So it's like she didn't really answer any tough questions in her interview.
Very
she
good
was
point.
fed the answers, and a lot of the interviews were like that as well.
There's
Absolutely.
somebody else who's interviewed that I can't think of her name at the moment, but her interview puts Dylan's story at a different timeline anyway. Like that she saw Dylan walking home at a different timeline. So
Yeah.
you know what, you do know who I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of questions with
Dylan
those parts of
lied.
the timeline. She lied a lot.
Yeah,
Yes.
Dylan. I feel like all of Dylan's story that night is a lie, and actually, Dr. Turvey, he really insinuated all that. Anyway, he insinuated that the 911 call, and that Dylan just in general, that
Right.
what she said. I can't really think of how she said it, or he said
I
it, but that she just everything is a lie with her.
I agree with that. I even think the point where she mentions in her interview that she met up with Maddie, ran into Maddie heading over to Sigma Chi. I don't believe that either, because of the way she explained their interaction went. I just don't. I think she was making up things as she went, throwing them in to make the story sound good, and I just don't believe nothing.
Do you know
I mean,
what I find
nothing.
confusing though is, and I'm very sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
What I do find confusing though about all this is if he feels so strongly, and actually, all of them seem to feel strongly that, this basically is all a made up lie. Why are they so sure of the time of the murders being 4? Is it really because of Xana's TikTok? I don't understand, because even Turvey seemed very, or am I incorrect in that he seems pretty sure of the 4?
You're absolutely correct. And I think what he actually says is it doesn't matter to him what time it is. He doesn't care. I think he expressed that he just doesn't care what time it happened.
Yeah, but wouldn't that have been important? I wonder why that's not important to him. I guess I don't know. That to me isn't really a rabbit hole, is it?
I think it's important to prove that. Well, it's important to prove the innocence of Kohberger, but it's also important to find the real perpetrators. Yeah, I'm gobsmacked that both him and Chris seem to be in cahoots, that the timeline doesn't matter, and they both seem to be, whether intentionally or not intentionally, sort of misrepresenting the timeline, or at least steering anybody away from opening that door.
Yeah. So I wonder how him's telling us to really pay attention, or to him that the importance of the 911 call is his number one thing, right? It was that. I'm really sorry. Like I said, I'm struggling with a head
No,
cold
you're
right now.
perfectly fine. Don't apologize, please.
So to me, was the number one thing the 911 call for him?
No.
No.
It's one of
Okay.
the things. It's I think his
In
number
his
one.
top five?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
It's the hair in Ethan's hand,
That's right.
the
Yeah.
911 call, the cleanup, and shit, there was
Chain of
4 of them.
custody.
The chain of custody. Yeah, those are the 4 that
Oh,
he might. Those are the big ones for him.
okay. So the 911 call is something that we really should focus on. And with that being said, I mean, that would certainly have something to do with a timeline of events. And I wonder why that wouldn't also be important to him, you know?
The timeline. I
Mhm.
think it is, but I think he wraps that up within other things as well, going along with the timeline. If that makes sense to you, like he puts that into some other things that he is worried about, and just adds the timeline to what he's talking about with it.
Yeah, he's a simple man, but yet he's not. I mean,
He's simple but very complex at the same time. I agree.
yeah, he's intriguing. He's very intriguing. I want to watch his interview again. Like, it would be interesting
Yeah,
to watch with no commentary, just like to breeze kind of through it, straight through, you know. Um,
absolutely,
I don't like the way
absolutely.
he's dismissive of certain things, like,
I agree
oh,
with that too.
the pong table, and he even makes a comment about, I can't remember how he ties in masturbation and the
Yeah,
lack
it
of
was something like
intelligence and
that.
stuff. Some really offensive comment, and I mean, first of all, you're on a true crime show on YouTube. You don't need to be insulting everybody who's less educated than you. Not everybody's. His name is Dr. Turvey. Not everybody's a doctor, buddy. I didn't like that part about him.
Oh, he's got a huge arrogance about him, Jesse. He made a comment before that
Yeah.
he like somebody was talking to him or something, and he goes, "We don't even breathe the same air." I think it was Birdie.
Well,
I don't.
and
You don't breathe
somebody
the same air as I do.
somebody in the chat just asked me about 5 minutes ago, "Do you still want to breathe the same air as him?" And I said,
Exactly.
I said I do, but I will say that I think I'm as arrogant as he is on the inside.
I think he's a little more arrogant than you are. You
Well,
do have that,
I would never let that out. I would never speak to people the way he speaks to people.
right?
Like I said, I find it offensive that he demeans people for talking about certain things, and also,
Sure.
I also view it as a lack of intelligence, because you might view the pong table as irrelevant, but you'll never know what the relevance is until somebody else points it out,
Right.
unless you really truly think that you're perfect. And I don't think I've yet to meet the perfect person. So,
He's in that.
everything seems irrelevant until somebody points out why it's relevant.
Yes, and I believe he's in that I think I'm perfect wheelhouse. That's the one thing about him I'm very uncomfortable with, because I appreciate the other sides to it thus far. You know what I mean? Unless I find out that he's,
And I
nefarious
don't view
in
that
ways.
as arrogance. I view that as ignorance.
Yes, good point. Very good point. Because I think everything's important here, and I get what he's saying, because I think I took it as we don't have enough time to get into all these things. Let's talk about the important things. But he did it in a very, as you said, ignorant type way, because it demeans other people. So
did you notice how he was nicer to Kristen and Sam versus Ron?
yeah,
He seems to me like he might get along better with females,
it's possible.
especially attractive females versus men. He might be the type that would be intimidated by a man of his intellect,
It could
possibly.
be. Could be.
He strikes me as that way. Just possibly, like, you know.
To be fair, I think
think
if you throw most men in with these three, most men are probably going to focus on the pretty blondes. To be fair.
Yeah, well, yeah. I
Well,
mean,
yeah, that's that. Well, of course, yeah, definitely. But what I meant is his demeanor towards them, not focus. His demeanor, because I feel like sometimes he wasn't as kind to Ron. He wasn't as receptive to Ron, and I love Ron Funk.
He didn't offer any compliments. He complimented Sam several times.
Yeah.
But he also
meant.
was also rude to Kristen. I noticed a couple times too.
Was he? I didn't notice that.
He cut her off.
Okay.
He cut her off and shut her down a couple times. I thought in a way that I thought was kind of rude, but it is what it is.
I didn't see that. I know he was really
welcome,
nice
1-1.
to Sam.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for
Hey,
joining us.
1-1.
Yeah. So I hopped in. You guys having a great discussion. Just to add on quick, I saw the whole interview and
right.
You know, we have a million questions. We know we've been going over it. I saw Lana's review of it.
Thank you, Witchy.
The big thing that I'd say, and I watched many. So he's got a channel called The Hard Truth. He's written a bunch of books. He's very well known. He's super smart. His ability to recognize crime scene staging and all that stuff is off the charts. That's why he's used all the time. He knows what he's doing. However, there was some things that he said that I don't, maybe, I know he said, I know people are going to, I'm not twisting his words, but something he said, and it was just brought up that I don't agree with at all. And obviously, everyone knows I'm involved in law enforcement with NYPD.
Right.
Obviously, his specialty is the physical evidence and blood spatter patterns and all that stuff. And that's his wheelhouse. But for him to say that it doesn't, like he basically kind of put aside, the screaming that we heard, and he's basically like kind of saying like the timeline. I forget exactly his words. I know you guys were kind of just talking about it. Like the timeline, it doesn't, it's not as important. It's not a big deal. Like, what are you talking about? A timeline is extremely important. I mean, if we have it's exculpatory evidence. Yes, hearing the screams or whatever. Is that 100% proof? No, we don't have video of it. We don't know what it is. We think we know what it is, but we don't know for sure. But if we have actual proof, if we can have some kind of let's say a video came forward, right? That showed, I know it's not going to happen, but let's say there was a video that came forward that actually showed Ethan getting beat up or attacked or whatever.
Right.
Like, oh my God, this actually did start at 1:15 a.m. or 2:27 a.m. And you see, there's a person in a black mask. We don't know who it is, but we do know where Bryan Kohberger is, because we know where he is. So if you see this guy in a black mask in the video at 2:27 or 1:15 doing whatever, well, it's clearly can't be Bryan Kohberger, because we have the evidence of where he was from his cell phone data and other stuff. So timeline is absolutely pivotal. So I don't know why him and Chris said the same. Chris said the same thing. He's like basically, the time doesn't really matter. The time absolutely does matter.
And I fully agree with you. I think both of them are just. This is my opinion. I think it's way off hinged, in my opinion. I think the timeline is one of the most one of the major things, but this is our opinion, of course.
Right.
I think both of them are pointing out that there's things in this that are way, way more important. That's how I took it. And I'm hoping that I'm right with that, because for you to dismiss the timeline in this is a big fucking mistake, in my opinion. I'm just saying. So.
Yeah. And I mean, and I would have, I know there's only so many questions you can ask, but again, like I would just kind of like spitball stuff at him. Like I said, I know, he can be a little arrogant, and he is smart. I know that. Probably smarter than
Oh
most
yeah,
of us. However, okay, so Xana has TikTok movement or data on her phone at 412. Okay,
right.
that doesn't mean anything. Gabby, again, we bring up Gabby Petito all the time. Gabby Petito had messages sent to her mother and texted her mother, and we know she wasn't alive. She was dead.
Right.
So just because Xana has movement on her phone doesn't really mean anything. And another thing, I still think there's a little bit, mess of. They keep saying that like Xana had the door. Okay, she got the DoorDash. She's in the kitchen eating food, but then he's like, but then part of the food was on the floor in the bedroom.
Yeah.
I have trouble believing. I mean, it could it happen? Yes, but I have trouble believing that like she's in the middle of eating a hamburger or something, fries, and she hears a strange screaming or noise upstairs. She's going to bring the food with her upstairs and then run back down holding the food and then go into the bedroom with the food. Like, something is off with that.
I can agree. I can agree for sure, for sure. And as far as what was said before, I'm grateful that these three were able to be the ones to interview him.
Yeah.
I am, because I think that if any, and I'm not trying to talk bad about anybody else, okay? Please don't take it this way. Ron, very calm, very level. I love Ron. I think he's a great dude. I think he's got a good sense of humor and all that. But and of course the ladies here, they're very intelligent as well. Great conversationalists, all of that. I think these three were the best to start off with, because a lot of us don't know, or maybe not on the level that he's on. Okay. And I think that he probably wouldn't speak to some of us because we're not attorneys and this and that and everything else. So I'm glad that they were comfortable enough to be able to interview it. I'm very grateful that they got this interview so that we could have this opportunity. So beyond grateful to them, guys. Please make sure that you do subscribe to them, show a little bit of love for them getting the interview, share it out, all that kind of stuff, guys. It's very important. Like I said, we all work together as one large team trying to head to the same point. But again, I don't know. I don't know that he specifically treated anybody any better than others, but I was kind of slightly irritated. I thought he was a little bit rude to Kristen a couple times for no reason. And I'm like, you can say things in a different type of way, but again, he is who he is. This is who he is, and I'm glad that he came forward to say these things is all I'm saying. There's ways to be and ways not to be. I'm just not like that. So I took that kind of offensively. I've had great conversations with Kristen and Sam and Ron. And even if I had a disagreement with him, you don't have to be rude. Just say it nicely. That's all I'm saying. That's all.
I was happy how he explained the chain of custody, because I know that some other experts and other people are trying to like challenge him, and we actually have the barcode system here as well in NYPD, right. And how he explained it is exactly correct. What it is, the barcode system is just so you can know where the item is at any given moment. But because you have a barcode and you can easily find and locate where the item is, that doesn't take away from what chain of custody is supposed to be.
Sure.
So he explained that perfectly. So I hope people understood what he was saying there.
Right. Speaking of which, Ron's in the chat. Ron, welcome, sir. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us again today. I appreciate you being here. I'm sorry I'm talking about you, but I'm grateful to. Oh shit, Kristen's here too. Hey.
Where in the world is Ron? Was he going to Greece after he left Maui?
He went to Hawaii, as far as I know. I think he was on his way back last time he was here yesterday.
Okay. I must be hearing things. My head's really clogged. I thought he was going to Greece after he left Maui.
I don't know.
I have a quick question, though, guys.
Hold on one second. I'm sorry, bud. I think Kristen said, I think he was also rude to Ron at times. I agree with that. The facial expressions are very, you can tell without even
Yeah.
speaking words that he was being that way in some senses. So I do agree, Kristen. And welcome, Kristen. It's great to have you both here today with us. Again, thank you guys so much for doing this.
Yeah,
You're very appreciated, guys.
your
Go ahead.
follow up. I was gonna say real quick, since they're in the chat, their follow up questions to some of his answers were excellent. They really were really
Absolutely.
good.
Yeah, I agree with that. Moto, you had a question?
Yeah, so my question is, like, I was kind of confused too when he was talking about Xana being attacked in the kitchen and how she was eating her food in the kitchen and it moved from the kitchen into her room. I like with the fries and everything
Yes.
that are on the floor. I'm having a hard time picturing
Yeah.
that
Yes.
interaction because
Well,
like.
Yes,
Are you
that
saying
was
she
my
was
problem
grasping
too.
onto her? Are you? Is he saying that she was grasping on to whatever bag or sandwich or package she had while trying to fight the assailant off?
I kind of struggle with this myself. Okay, the visual that I got when this was talked about was that if she was attacked, kind of attacked in the kitchen, that she was, and I may have heard it wrong, like running away with the plate in hand, possibly. Now, and if I'm wrong on that, then I'm wrong on that. But
Yes.
I took that in some senses, and that doesn't make sense to me. If anything, I would see this girl throwing the plate and running, maybe. You know what I mean? Not running with it in hand.
Or smacking him across the face with the plate.
It's not a normal.
Right.
Yeah, it's not a normal.
Yes, and
thing.
that's my
You
response.
see
to that,
someone in
'cause
the house, or you hear screaming, or the guy, someone has a knife chasing you. You're not gonna hold on to a plate of
No.
fries. Like, it doesn't make sense.
100%. So that's my response to that. If that's what was stated or being stated clearly, that's how I feel. I can't imagine that ever happening that way, especially from what I've come to know and realize of who Xana Kernodle was. She's a badass, folks. I mean, truly and honestly, I've said this 100 times. Whoever went at her, I hope she beat the shit out of him, and I think she did. Because she's that type of a person. She's not going to just lay down and take it. She's going to defend herself. So I can imagine her either smacking the person, throwing the plate, so on and so forth, but it's in the bedroom. Okay, so that tells me that didn't go down that way, in my opinion. It's just a feeling. I'm not saying I don't have actual proof.
No.
Just have
Yeah.
a feeling on that. There's no actual proof, unfortunately. So
I don't think
Anyway.
they were
And I
taken by
still-
surprise. I think they knew the perpetrators, and the perpetrators were in the house well before the attack
I
started.
agree with that.
And I think
yeah.
the way that Turvey describes the evidence, it suggests that the perpetrators were known to the victims, and that
Agreed.
they gained entry by invitation, not by breaking in.
I wonder
Right,
if the perpetrators were eating her fries.
I mean, you
The
never know.
perpetrators might have delivered her fries.
He could have been sharing the food with the people, because I agree with Jesse. I think these people walked into the house like they did a million other times because they were known to them, and something ensued from that point forward. That's my opinion, truly. So, and it has been for quite a while. I
Yeah.
agree with you, SRB.
I still think there's a strong possibility that something was going on with Ethan when
I agree.
Kaylee and Xana.
You look at the timeline in the book; it definitely reads that way for sure. That there was something off with Ethan. I did a whole show on that. I fully agree with you.
Right. Now I understand. I know what Turvey said and Chris said and everyone else said. I'm not going against that Ethan, ultimately died in the bedroom or whatever.
Right.
That doesn't mean that he couldn't have been attacked outside. I mean,
Right. That is very,
I know people,
very
and I know people are going to say, "Oh, but where was the blood? Where was this? Where was that?" Well, I mean, we're just finding out now that there was was hair in Ethan's hand. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Agreed. No, I got you. 100%. Again, thank you guys all for being here. And again, welcome, Kristen and Ron. Thank you guys so much again for providing this. Everybody, please make sure to subscribe to Custody Queens Off the Clock with Miss Kristen Sam and Mr. Ron Funk, guys. Again, we wouldn't have this today to talk about if it weren't for them. So thank you for joining us today, both of you, and thank you again for this. So very much appreciated. And as I say, go ahead. moving
There's
forward.
got to be a reason why nobody knows where Ethan lives. Everybody talks about, oh, Ethan had his own apartment. And then when you ask them where it is, oh, no, I had no idea. No. And, it's like there's everybody's trying to put as much distance as they can between themselves and Ethan's
I
apartment.
agree.
And
I
there's
fully
something stinks to high heaven about that.
Well, and if you take that into consideration, along with listening to the Sigma Chi interviews and the questions that were asked in those interviews, there were specific things that were being questioned. Money. Ethan was obviously a suspect to them. Things like that. So those things in line pointing to the apartment separation and all that stuff, I think are big points. I do. Very important. So. And then take the timeline, like where I was one said, and I was pointing to, there was something off with Ethan that night. Something was not right. I can't quite put my finger on it because we don't have enough info.
Yeah.
Throw that into the mix, though. But there's something that's not right there, in my opinion, and I would love to know a little bit more to try to figure that out as well. So,
I mean, you just picture it. They're a couple, Ethan and Xana, right? And they're living with 4 other people. And they don't have the privacy they would have if they just went back to Ethan's apartment, if he has his own apartment. And with all these people living in such close quarters and partying together and going to the same parties, attending the same functions, there's no way that those paths wouldn't cross, that they would have to go to Ethan's apartment to meet Xana or pick somebody up or drop somebody off or know at least the direction and the general neighborhood of the apartment. And they all denied even knowing like what side of town it was on. Like I don't know nothing about Ethan's apartment. And that's a massive red flag. Something was going on at Ethan's apartment.
I still think too, guys, that in all the Sigma Chi interviews, I think I'm not trying to be conspiracy like, but I'm telling you, I think there was a pre-conversation done with these kids. And they were told, you talk about this, this, and this, but you do not talk about this, this, or that. I just feel that way as part of the fraternity side. I truly believe that. So
most of this stuff was rehearsed, definitely.
Oh, then a lot of it. A lot of it was.
Most of it was rehearsed. Ugh.
Remember Nunez reminding Dylan that she's going to have to tell the story over and over again, giving her the heads up.
Yeah, for sure. Sure.
One, have you ever been in a situation where something like that has happened, or
with something like what?
With having police, seeing police actually rehearse something with a possible witness before actually having to do like the interview?
NYPD being corrupt? Come on now, Photo. That's a joke, right?
I haven't personally witnessed that. I've witnessed plenty of detective interviews or, different. I've never seen some kind of rehearsal like that. Usually what I find is we have some really good detectives that they find the holes and the lies that these people just, they dig themselves deep into the lies, and then they just, when they find the right moment and they tear it apart. That's usually what winds up happening. But somehow somehow with Idaho, it's just obvious, like one lie after another, or good old Dylan answer a question with 10 answers. And, it's like, come on, like what is going on here?
Yeah, and undoubtedly he's definitely seen corruption, folks. And Jesus Christ, it's NYPD for Christ's sake. So you got to know it's there for sure. Thank God he's one of the good ones and he's on our team. I appreciate that much. So very much. So, all right, moving forward. Here we go.
Every other bathroom has floor mats, toilet paper, garbage, dirty clothes, towels, bath products. You go into that bathroom on the first floor, there's nothing. I mean, there's some shampoo and conditioner, I think, in the shower stall, but there's no garbage, there's no toilet paper, there's no floor mats. Everything's gone. Everything you expect to be is gone. And that's a bathroom that's being used by other people. But that's not the most important. That's important, but then you add that to the fact that there's a bracelet found on the floor in the bedroom to the right. You walk into that bedroom, you walk into that house on that with a stairway to the left and the bathroom in front, and there's a bedroom to the right. And in that bedroom, on the floor, police identified and photographed a bracelet that had blood on it. And they anticipated collecting it. And so they moved it to a location on the desk next to a computer keyboard and I think a power drink. Well, that item was left there, was photographed days later by another crime scene investigator still in that location, never collected, not on the evidence list.
How is that even
So
possible?
never tested then, too.
Never collected, never tested, never even sourced. Well, how is that possible? I mean, the problem we have is we have a movie and TV idea of how crime scenes are processed. All right. If you watch the body cams in this video, it's very instructive on this case. And these are, again, they've all been released. And what it shows is people that are traumatized, people that are upset, people that are excited, making judgments and making statements that are unsupported. I think first officer at the scene said, I think it's a murder-suicide. Looks like he killed her and he died, that kind of stuff. People say and do things. They decide what the narrative is, and then they start collecting evidence that supports and reinforces that narrative because that's what they're looking for. And once you do that, you're off the plot. All right? You're gone. You're done. You don't really have any idea what's going on. It happens all the time. I work cases where I'm looking at a group of people standing around talking to the police, and their feet are all covered with blood and blood spatter, and there's a murder weapon in the corner, and the officer never once collects their clothing or even notices the murder weapon because they're excited. Remember, these guys are not experienced homicide investigators. This is not what they do. Everybody there is brand new. They're new to the world of homicide, let alone mass homicide.
Hey guys, just a little forewarning. I think we're gonna slow the chat down a little bit. It's moving really fast, and some people are having a hard time with it. So we're gonna slow it down just a little bit. So I'm just giving you a forewarning on that. That's all.
Does it happen? Inexperience, lack of training, too much adrenaline.
Would it have been customary to leave the bracelet where it is and then it be collected without even moving it to the desk? I mean, that seems to be more logical.
Somebody got excited and distracted. You would leave it there, take a photo in situ, then you put maybe a ruler down to give it a size, take a picture of that. Then you put an evidence placard down, give it a number, and log that in. Take a picture of that, and then you take close, medium, and long-range shots of each item of evidence, so that the purpose of doing crime scene investigation and documentation like this is so that you can take any piece of evidence that you found at the crime scene and put it right back in the crime scene where you found it. If you can't do that with every item of evidence that you've collected, then you have been negligent. Your job is to collect the evidence and document it in such a way that you can put it right back where you found it, to the inch. It's not that hard. It just takes time.
Were there other items of evidence found in like the spare bedroom that weren't tested or appeared to have just been left?
There was a crock on the second floor bathroom that appeared to have bloody material on it that was documented but never collected.
And real quick, just to speak on something, Kim on her show today was pulling up crime scene photographs again, and that crock, you guys, wow. There was a lot more what I saw to be, if I'm right on it, bloody material on it than I thought there was. Okay, if you look at the inside of the strap that are on Crocs, that looked like that was covered with blood. It was on the side towards the pinky toe side of the shoe, and it was just not tested. I don't understand things like this. You can collect something, but you're not going to test it. Why are everything that had any blood on it, in my opinion, in this crime, everything should have been tested. Everything, against everything. Not just what they picked and chose. And that's what we see here. Again, and it makes you wonder, why did that not get tested? Did you know whose blood was on that already? And that's why you didn't test it? And I know, rabbit hole, I get it. But at this point, damn, y'all, it's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And that's not, you can't make that. That's not a mistake. Don't tell me that's a mistake, because I'm going to call bullshit on it. I'm sorry. It's not. They know better than that. So, just saying.
One shoe, one crock.
And
that, by the way, was the bathroom with the washer and dryer in it.
Interesting. Now, assuming to your knowledge, Anne knew about these things as well. that they weren't the bracelet being lost.
Yes.
And I know it sounds remedial asking that, but this is what people always want to say. Well, she didn't know, or this wasn't known to the defense. And
I'll give her more credit than you're willing to. She knew better than me most of the stuff that was problematic. That's one of the reasons why she had my respect throughout my examination. She had a encyclopedic knowledge of the case, back and forth. So any claims of ignorance at this late date are, she knew more than me, because she was also, I was giving her my findings, which again, all widely reported, but she was also getting findings from her other experts. And I wasn't getting it. By the way, I was not receiving that. I was not getting it because that was not my role. My role was not to evaluate the work of other defense experts.
Now, I know a lot of people want to comment that, she was just saving that for trial. I don't believe that to be the case, but can you potentially elaborate if that is customary to not challenge the issues pre-trial and just quote unquote save it for trial?
Well, I'll respond in general without trying to get inside her head, because she obviously did not want to go to trial. That's not a secret either. She made the deal. Without getting in her head, I'll just say in general, absolutely. There are times when it is an attorney makes a tactical decision not to disclose something, but hope that it gets revealed on the stand. There are also times when you're barred from saying certain things and you kind of got to wait for the door to be open so that you can address issues. So I would say it another way. Since there was no trial in this case, we can't know what was in anybody's head about that strategy. What I know is these issues were all brought to the floor. They were all understood by all involved, and there was an agreement across everyone that there was no direct evidence implicating Kohberger at the scene. That was understood, very clear. Not something that was hidden or misunderstood. And again, that's not a secret. That's something that she was saying to the world at any chance she got. So. And by that, I mean the filings that she made, which were public and that sort of thing. The world was watching.
Let's move into the beer pong table that is known around the world, which also the White Claws, the box of White Claws that Chris brought up in his book that I think shocked all of us as well. Are those a couple issues that you could...
Well, the beer pong table is boring to me. I'm not interested in that. There's so many other bigger issues to talk about. Beer pong table has no relevance in my mind whatsoever. But I can say that the White Claw box had blood on it, and you can see it photographed in different places around the scene. So it's being moved. And there are a number of items of evidence that got moved around, whether by police or other people interacting with the scene, like the knife that got used by the first gentleman in the friend who entered the house to clear it with his knife while everybody else was hiding in the bedroom. That knife, just sort of moved around. That's interesting to me, but I want to say it this way, and I don't want to be condescending or mean, but I think people have focused on these things because that's what they had. And for me, it's interesting. I'm glad that Chris is talking about it in his book. I think it's interesting. A lot of people have been talking about it, but to me, it's like 25th, 26th, 27th thing on the list. Just way down there.
What are 1, 2, and 3 on your list?
The sheath, the hair, and the cleanup, and the lack of evidence tying Kohberger to any of it. Lack of physical evidence.
Is there any?
But also, what's really important is the 911 call. The 911 call is full of false statements by the people on it about what's going on and what happened and what they're observing. So all those things together are way more important than whether or not there was something on the beer pong table or whether there was a crash or whatever. That's interesting, and it's part of the narrative. I get it, but it has no interest to me whatsoever.
So what is specifically interesting to you about the 911 call?
Wait. I was like, Sam, I want to get into that, but I just have one more question that we could finish here before we get into the 911 call. Do you believe the narrative is on par with what is being represented by the prosecution? And I think something that people don't entirely get in Chris's book is that I don't know that Chris entirely believes that the narrative as is what it was claimed. They're going off of what was presented by the prosecution and what was known to be true, or at least that was the presumption. Do you believe that that time frame is actually the time frame of the murders? Because we hear screams as early as I think it's like 1:40.
I mean, okay. I mean, it's just not that interesting, in my opinion. I mean, it's interesting to people who are trying to get through the granular detail. I get it. But for me, it's not that interesting. There's much bigger, much more important issues. So
you want to focus
let me say something that's going to be offensive, and I don't mean to offend anyone. Unless you're, if you are offended, try not to take it.
We have thick skin.
Thank God. I don't believe anything. Belief is a word that means accepting without proof. I don't believe anything. I don't believe anything. I don't have any of that issue. All right. So, so when you ask me, do I believe this? Do I believe that? I don't believe anything. I require proof. I base my findings, my expert forensic findings, on facts and evidence. Right. I don't do belief, and I don't do guesswork. Use what the evidence supports and what the evidence doesn't support. And that's why I say that the beer pong table is, it's like a little stroke fantasy of a bunch of fangirls and fanboys out there who really just want to get into that granular detail that doesn't move the needle. All right. I know that sounds offensive, but that's the way it is.
It's not offensive at all.
Thank God.
It's very straight up. All right. So with respect to the 911 call, and I just want to say it was actually the 911 call. I think it was Outkast's original 911 call, or that he did. That was what got us into the case.
Oh, really?
Was the 911 call, the 8-hour delay? How is this even possible? And I remember playing it for Sam, and that was truly where we got involved in this case, because it just didn't make sense. It didn't make sense.
Well, what we're learning, of course, what we're learning is what all of us who were examining the case already knew at the time, but now is publicly disclosed, is that during the 911 call, there was the inference or the claim that they just kind of woke up to this. Well, no, they didn't. They were on their phones the entire time talking to people. I won't go into the detail of that, but they were all up talking to different people, right? So they weren't asleep. That's first thing. Second thing is they claimed that they saw one of their friends unconscious in their room. Well, each of the two rooms has two people in it with blood everywhere. And the idea that they could see the person non-responsive and not see the other dead person next to them and the blood everywhere is sort of nonsense. So let me just say a generic thing that may or may not be applied to this case. One of the only studies on stage crime scenes that have ever been done was done by me some years ago. And one of the key elements that you find is that people who stage crime scenes, they want someone else to find the body. They don't want to be the one who finds it. So they orchestrate events so that other people find it. Maybe that's relevant here, maybe not. Investigatively, I'd want to look at that. But I do know that the 911 call is full of things that don't make any sense. All right, like I just said. And that by itself should be a problem for anyone examining this case.
Is there anything else significant about the cleanup, or is there any other direct evidence that you see outside of what you mentioned that evidence is a cleanup?
Well, other than the cleanup? Not to make fun, but.
Like, for example, the commentary that somehow the diluted blood could be mixed with saliva. There's nothing that you saw that would support anything wild like that. Obviously, I feel kind of embarrassed at the head of asking that question.
We laughed with Chris about that. The amount of saliva that would have had to been produced.
I don't even want to comment on it because it's such a bizarre. Everyone's focusing on this because that's what they've had for years, and they're focusing on this little bit, and they're ignoring the planted sheath. They're ignoring the untested hair. They're ignoring the timeline. They're ignoring the cleanup. I mean, come on, back to reality.
It does seem interesting to me that whoever did it was able to take away all evidence of clothing, weapons, anything used in it, but forgot the sheath.
Well, the sheath wasn't forgotten. It was deliberately placed. So, because there's no way to get it. And it was deliberately placed after initially being found on the floor. That's not me saying that. That's the police report saying that, and the photograph saying that. I'm not disclosing anything secret here. This is exactly what the narrative has shown, and what the evidence has shown. It's just nobody wants it. The problem I'm seeing with this case over and over again is the people who want Kohberger to be guilty, they're willing to overlook huge holes in the narrative. They're willing to overlook massive amounts of evidence that point in other directions. And the people that want him to be innocent are focusing on the granular detail that's not relevant because they don't have access to the actual evidence, or they maybe have access to it but don't have the ability to assess it, examine it, and interpret it in the way that a forensic scientist does.
Do you view the cleanup as exculpatory evidence in favor of Kohberger? In other words, that the fact that the cleanup happened really leads to the inescapable conclusion that he couldn't have done this in the time he allegedly had.
Well, let's just clean that up a little bit and just say it this way, very simply. What happened at this crime scene took way more time than the prosecution has allotted for Bryan Kohberger to be responsible. What do they got? Somewhere, depending on the narrative they give, it's somewhere between 7 and 15 minutes. This would have taken much longer to do that. More importantly, the proof that they had of this was they had an officer run up and down the stairs to try to, show that he could do all this really quickly without a cleanup. But even so, the problem with that is he knew the house, he knew the routes, he knew the rooms. This is not a home that existed based on the floor plan that was filed with the city or the county or wherever. You couldn't go to the city and the county and get a floor plan that matched what happened here because the owner had transformed the interior into a living quarters for these students, right? Putting at least 2 bedrooms and a bathroom on each floor. Okay? But the way it was laid out was so weird that if this was your first time in there, you're going to be lost. And if it's dark, you're going to be even more lost. You're going to be searching. But instead, this offender went right upstairs to the 3rd floor, attacked the girls and killed the girls up there, then encountered Zainab in the kitchen on the way out. And she ran down the hallway and they chased her down and killed her and killed Ethan as well. So
what evidence? I think in Chris's book, he mentioned that it appears there's evidence that Xana was first encountered at least by the killer or killers in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Is there evidence of that? Because a lot of people have tied, there was initially some an indication that Xana's blood was on the beer pong table, which turns out that was a mistake by Sutton. What other evidence was there?
Hey, Dago, can you pause? This is an important point.
Absolutely, my friend.
So what he just said there is in a statement of fact that Xana was attacked. The person was upstairs and killed Maddie and Kaylee, came downstairs, encountered Xana, chased Xana into the bedroom, and okay, we all heard what he said.
Correct.
And we all know that that is not true.
I think this is based off of the...
Well, I don't want to read into what he's thinking. I'm just going off of what he's...
Or no, he said that
saying.
he, like Tomboy said, he said that's what they wanted us to believe.
So this is that narrative, because Kaylee was the one that was attacked, and that beer pong table certainly does matter because there's Kaylee's blood all around in that area.
It does.
For those that are going to light me up in the comments, are you on board with? Are you okay with this?
Me or the other people in the chat?
Well, everybody. I'm just saying. When I say you, I always mean you.
No, I think that the ping pong, the damn
that is
beer
the problem
pong.
with me. This is the professional. He's got all. His CV is so big and his expertise and experience, and he believes this.
I think the pong table is very important. I always have. So yes, and the blood differences. And this is something that we've already discussed with Chris Whitcomb too, Eddie. So it's a good point, okay? But he does explain this a little bit further down. But don't get me wrong. Outside of that, the pong table is important. I understand that fully, 100%. But he does explain what he says there down a little bit further. I do know that much, but it's whether you accept the explanation at that point. That's the issue there with that too, and that's truly up to anyone that wants to hear it or not hear it. So, but I like when one was here when he was saying that too. I just can't not look at the beer pong table. I think that's very important to the whole thing, just as much as the timeline is. Okay, I think every bit of this case, every bit of it's important, especially this case. I don't know if it's because he didn't have a lot of time and he wanted to hit the most important things he thought, but I would never ever just shove something off. Maybe I would explain it in a quicker, shorter way, but I wouldn't shove it off. So I'll say that. But I know exactly what you're saying, and I understand why. Now,
Because
like
the
I said,
forensic evidence shows that it was not
right
at all any of Xana's blood in that area by the pong table and the half wall against the stairwell, etc.
Chris did the same thing. They ignored the amended, the amended reports from Dr. Sutton completely.
Yeah.
They just go around it. So why that happens, I don't know. He does explain what he says here down here, and I don't know if that's going to be enough for you. I still don't think it should be ignored. I'll just say that. So, because it is confusing, guys. It's confusing and it's misinformation. If you go with the actuality of the true reports that were amended and everything, it's not true. And in turn, it's a complete different story if you look at it that way. So,
if I can say something, Dago.
Of course you can. That's why you're up here.
So, judging by his position with where Xana was initially attacked, I think he's still thinking in the fact that he's still not acknowledging that amended report just for that fact, because
I
think if you took Xana and you put her in a situation where she was running from the kitchen into the bedroom, then it would make sense why the events would happen in that way if you were to find her blood on that pong table. Does that make sense?
Say the last part again.
So if you had Xana attacked in the kitchen and she ran from the kitchen around the corner into her bedroom while being attacked, her blood would be on that pong table, which would add up to Sutton's first report, her non-amended report.
Yes.
But if you take that non-amended report away, then you can't put Xana in the kitchen anymore. So for whatever reason, Turvey is not acknowledging that amended report, as you guys are saying, and that's the proof right there.
Right. Exactly. No, that does make sense. Yes.
Was any of Ethan's blood in the living room area?
It was underneath the White Claw box, undiluted. I think that's the only place they found it, in that living area.
Not in the stairway,
As far as
stairway or
Xana's
anything like
blood
that?
in the living, where was her blood found?
Hold on 1 second, Lori. I'm sorry. What did you say, Leah?
Was it on the stairway going down to the front door? Did you hear anything about that?
I didn't.
Ethan's
No.
blood. Oh, okay.
And what did I'm sorry, Lori. I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to hear what she said. What did you say, dear?
Xana, where was the one place her blood was found in the living room?
It wasn't. When they amended the reports, my understanding was there was nothing outside of her room.
Okay, so then with Brent Turvey, like since he's so like he's very factual. So for him, I cannot imagine him for 1 second believing that Xana was ever chased down the stairs.
That's what's
or
hard to understand
out
with
of the
this.
kitchen, because first of all, it's not realistic in any way, shape, or form for Xana, as athletic as she was and good a shape, for her to run past that ping pong table, not disturb it, not throw it at the perpetrator and try to stop him or stall him or her, and that pong table be standing there like that. And not, I mean, anybody in their right mind who's being chased by someone is going to use that ping pong table to stop them, or in some way, use it to stall them while she further runs to her bedroom to get to Ethan. So that's
I
just common
absolutely,
sense.
I absolutely believe that table was put there on purpose. That's my opinion. Okay.
Yeah, but so I can't imagine someone of Turvey's intellect not surmising that as many crime scenes as he's seen and staging. So I don't see him
I have a
even
question about that one. I do. I agree with
yeah.
you. It doesn't make sense, and I don't know if there's a different reason for it. Like I said, he does explain it at some point, so I guess we'll get at that point with that. But it might not be enough. It may be. I don't know. Did you say something else, Eddie?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thought I heard your voice. Anybody else? Anything to add? Oh yeah. I did. There was a little bit. I thought. No. That was changed too. So I'm not even gonna say it. Anyway, anything else for anybody else before we go forward?
Yeah, Dave, I stand corrected. Someone asked if any of Ethan's blood was outside of the bedroom. I said no. I stand corrected. I made a mistake, so I want to.
No, you're okay. I think they understood. No
I
big
had
deal.
forgotten that.
Yeah. Absolutely. No worries. Onward we go. Moving forward.
Area.
No, Ethan was drunk and asleep in the bedroom. Right? They'd all been out drinking that night. Okay, they were all intoxicated. So he's asleep in the bedroom. She orders her food. She receives her food, and she's eating it in the kitchen. Part of it can be found in the kitchen where she's eating, and she's on TikTok, going through TikTok and doing stuff. Then you find some of that food in her bedroom. All right? Those two things show she was started out in the kitchen eating and then wound up in the bedroom, because that's where we know that's where she died. And by the way, I don't want to be glib about this. She put up a fight. She fought like I've never seen anybody fight. She fought like crazy. It's tragic.
And the fact, can you really argue with a straight face that there was no cleanup, given the lack of any bloody footprints or anything other than some stray drops on the second floor?
No, you can't. This crime resulted in massive amounts of blood, especially the third floor where the two victims were killed there. There's no blood on the floor. Those victims never got out of bed. They were killed in their bed. All right. Ethan was killed very quickly while trying to defend himself on his back from a sharp force weapon. Zaina was killed outside the bed, next to the bed, with blood getting everywhere all over the floor. There's no way the offenders in this case didn't get blood all over their feet and all over their clothes and then transfer that as they're walking out, especially given the fact that the lights are off and it's nighttime or early morning. Okay. So the fact that we didn't find any footwear patterns in the blood from that location indicates a cleanup of those items by default. Okay.
I don't agree with that.
Shoe print that they were able to find with the Amido Black.
Did somebody say something?
Yeah, I don't agree with Turvey's analysis there, because first of all, how can you possibly know whether the lights were on or off?
True.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say that he's not wrong about. I don't believe he's wrong about blood being all over the place and not being able to track blood being all over the place, but he doesn't know whether those lights were on or off.
I have to agree with you. At least at that point, we don't know. No, that's for sure. And there's no way to tell who turned them on.
And was it Kaylee's blood in the living room also?
Yeah, that's what the amended report state, that the blood that they thought was Xana's was Kaylee's.
But at this point, does it really matter whether the lights are on or off?
No, I don't think it does. Other than, maybe to disclaim certain statements made by Dylan, but that's about it. That's my opinion, of course. But again, I do believe he does explain that a little bit more. And what did you say, Leah?
Then Kaylee left the bedroom. It's not like she never left the bedroom if her blood is in the living room. Is what I'm thinking.
That's what that's what I've thought too. I don't know how to explain that. That's the other issue. And two people have said the same thing now. The blood that was behind the cart, the bar cart, the brass little thing, was found not to be. That was the only place that they thought it was Xana's blood there behind that on the wall. My understanding is with the amended reports that is not her blood. So the way I get this now, I was understanding none of Xana's blood left her room. So
Okay.
So
But
at some
Kaylee's
point, Kaylee's blood is on the table, the half wall, so on and so forth. It's in that living room. Chris made a really big deal about that living room area. Okay, so at that point, we have to figure out how or why. How and why did that happen? Okay, was there something that maybe wasn't as bad that happened on that second level, and Kaylee made it back upstairs and then was attacked more? You know what I mean? And that's where she ended up dying there at that point. Was she punched in the face in the living room or hit hard somewhere and it caused some of her blood to expel? Okay. That's the question that I wonder now because if she was killed down there, then they'd have to carry her upstairs and that would make cause for other issues. Now there is some of Kaylee's blood on the doorway going into Maddie's room, I think it was, and so on and so forth, that would could explain that. I mean, I have a scenario in my mind. I haven't really spoke on it yet of what could have happened, but that's good. That's for another show at some point. What's up? Welcome back, Tomboy.
Okay.
So
Hi.
that's my thought on that. Go ahead, Tomboy. Oh, I thought you were saying
think
something.
that no, I don't think it was accident that Payne misnumbered all that stuff
I agree.
because they got Sutton's report, so they're like, "Oh yeah, okay, we're just gonna keep it here." And then Turvey comes in, he's like, "Wait, these don't match up. Why?" And then they figured it out, and then Sutton had to amend it. But it's like people aren't reading that amended report.
Here's the problem with
Right.
with Payne numbering everything. It's Payne renumbered everything so early on. It was the first night that it was the Sunday night that the crime scene that the crime happened. Because you can see it in the body cam. I remember discussing it with all you guys, right? So when Payne numbered everything, that was the first night. So did he come back in at a later date and then renumber everything again?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's what I gathered too, because when ISP came in and numbered them, the numbers were off.
Right. And like Kim pointed out today, like the ones we looked at today in the photographs, the item number is not even on those listed, and that's important. So the whole thing is a mess, and I feel like that was purposely done for sure, 100%.
It's +6, correct?
Yeah.
So when they I don't know anything about collecting or discovering evidence at a crime scene, but when they number everything, is that the order that they're supposed to take the pictures in?
Yes.
I do believe so. This is why we need one.
That's why, if you remember in the beginning, in some of the reports, it said that they were missing some photos.
Yeah.
They've never explained what those photos were.
There was a couple that were erased, too. A couple photographs
Yeah.
erased that Lana had pointed out because they were blurry. You don't do that. You just take more. You don't erase anything.
Yeah, you don't erase them. You just click over, go to the next one.
Right. All right, guys.
No, we cannot answer for why MPD or Brett Payne or anybody did some of the things that they did because it's not normal.
They can't even answer it.
No, I understand that. It's just I'm just trying to go trying to replay the situation in my head, and it sometimes it just draws a blank.
No, I get it. I go through that daily, bro. Seriously, especially with this stuff. I like that you guys ask these questions because I have a lot of the same questions too. So, all right, here we go.
Right at the opening of Dylan's door.
Right.
What can you tell us, or what did you find interesting or important with that?
I didn't. There's no value to it that I can see because we don't have other footwear patterns to compare it to or discuss, and I would leave that to to me. It's not. It doesn't move the needle. It doesn't tell us anything other than if somebody had been that close to her and chose not to kill her, that didn't make any sense. But her whole narrative. The problem is, I know more, but I'm not telling because there's a whole narrative of things that she said that don't line up. And so that's the problem. The problem is her statement.
And that right there takes me directly to what Moto's narrative was for that the other day. I've been stuck with that since I heard it. I can't move on from that because it makes so much damn sense to me now, which for those of you that may not have been here, real quick, and then I promise I will shut up so we can keep watching. It's almost over. Motobot brought it up about a possibility, a theory. We all know how there were lines on Kaylee's face that was unidentifiable. Still, to this day, they've never identified how. It was stated to us that Kaylee's face was unrecognizable, meaning that it was bashed in, basically, okay? Very badly. Her teeth were knocked out. So Moto presented a situation that really does make some sense. Now, also, one footprint, the latent footprint, there's one. I think a lot of us have all said, how the hell does that happen? Were they hopping up and down on 1 foot? What was going on? You know what I mean? And then he brings it up, and you got to think about it. If Kaylee was running from somebody, possibly trying to get away from somebody and got caught in front of Dylan's door, went down, 1 footprint on the ground could mean one person standing on 1 foot and the other foot is on the back of her head or her back while they're shoving her face into the ground repeatedly, okay, which would explain the lines, the broken teeth, the bashed in face, all of that. It makes perfect sense. It clearly makes perfect sense to me. I think it was an amazing statement. It blew my mind when he said it. It was awesome. So thank you again, Moto, because now it's stuck. And it makes a lot of these things make sense that we have been questioning from the day one. 1 footprint doesn't make any sense to anybody unless that's the answer to it. Okay. Very interesting theory. Just something to think on in the back of your minds, because at this point we don't know. We still don't know. But that,
and you know what? Just to add to that, Dago. So when they bring up the footprint in this, he's going to say the footprint doesn't matter, but then he fucking stops on a dime before he said, and he does not say anything else about anything else in that picture afterwards.
Right. Yeah. I remember that. Very good point. So just something to think about, guys. It would make some things make some sense that we couldn't get answers to. Truly and honestly.
Yes, it explains some of her blood in the living room.
But not just that.
Right.
It explains quite a few things. Like I said, the damage done to her face, that single footprint would explain how and why that happened. It would also explain, her teeth being knocked out, all of that. And the line specifically, nobody could really put that together. But when you look at the stripping that's on the floor, oh my God, it clicked immediately when I looked at that. There's grooves in that. And they said there were lines across her mouth. And I was like, damn.
Really?
And then when you see if they show the picture there, look down at the strip on the floor that separates the door from the hallway. The threshold strip. It's crazy. It just like ding, ding, ding. Here we go. So I really appreciate that theory because it's very interesting to me.
Mm-hmm. Me
But
too.
anyway, great stuff. Thanks again, Moto. And on we go.
Their statement in general defies credibility if you go point by point through it. And I think that's something that we got deprived of when a trial didn't occur. Because remember, you have the 911 call sort of sets the stage, right?
Mm-hmm.
A false narrative about being asleep, a false narrative about, not seeing the other dead bodies in the house, a false narrative about a friend who's unconscious as opposed to dead and covered with blood. All that false narrative. I think if you add in this notion that you saw somebody with bushy eyebrows, that didn't come up until she was interviewed, I think, the third time. So these details sort of kind of find their way into the case, and there's no basis for them. And they've never been challenged. So.
You mentioned something about the lighting and about the dark. I think there's been some discussion about were there lights on, how dark was it, how light was it. Did you find any evidence indicating what lights may have been on or not?
The problem is we only have some unreliable witness statements from outside, and then from inside
Thank you, Norman. Hi, Norman. Appreciate that so very much. God bless. Very generous.
you can't trust anything that anybody's saying because they've all been giving false statements. They've all given statements that have shown, not the entire statement's not false, obviously, but they've all given statements that contain false elements. So.
Busy check Discord, dear.
The reliability of the people inside the house is questionable. The reliability of people outside the house is questionable. That's what I would say.
One of the things that we noticed very early on is how the roommates or the surviving roommates were almost automatically just deemed survivors. And a lot of the people, or the people that should have been questioned, I think they cleared a ridiculously high amount of people in a very short period of time. But these people weren't separated. I mean, some of them even stayed at the same hotel the night of. When we can see them in the lobby of the Moscow PD, they're all hovered together. I mean, even when we do our trials, if we have witnesses that are going to testify to anything, they have to be outside of the courtroom from the second that the judge takes the bench. It is just, it's hard to process how.
Let's back up. Let's back up and remind ourselves that the people in the house were together talking for 8 hours. Up, right? That's the first thing. And we don't know all the people that were in the house, just the two that admit they were in the house. Then, when the police arrived, everybody got out of the house, and everybody stayed together, and they clumped together, and they spent hours together talking outside the house while police responded internally. So, from the get-go, there's a lack of proper procedure being followed with respect to separating witnesses and getting good statements from them. Everybody's just too busy reacting because, again, these people are all very inexperienced with this kind of crime. So the context is one of extreme contamination of witness statements. Mm-hmm. And then subsequent to that, every interview after that, things just kind of change and details get added and, inconsistencies become clear. And again, that would have been presented at trial, I imagine.
Was there any other point of significance? You mentioned the knife that was picked up. I don't know if Hunter picked up the knife when the police first got there. Is there anything else of significance? Could that have been a potential weapon that was used on the victims, or just significant in how it was handled?
It was just how it was handled. I mean, they were too busy responding emotionally to the crime scene as opposed to professionally. So, I mean, it was there. We see it. It moves. It sort of disappears and moves around. But the fact you have somebody in there walking around the crime scene with a knife, who's not involved in the crime, obviously, that's a problem.
Right.
And that contaminates the scene. Mm-hmm. And law enforcement's job in those circumstances is to make sure that contamination is mitigated as much as possible. And that really didn't happen.
I got a question about Dylan, who supposedly came face to face with at least one of the killers. She apparently was treated quite differently than Xana, who apparently came upon the killers at some point. She was chased and killed herself, but Dylan was not. Based on your experience, I know you've got some experience with criminal profiling as well. What does that suggest to you?
I don't accept that version of events is accurate, so I don't make anything of it because I don't accept that she's a reliable witness because of so many things that have been said that are just not borne out by the evidence.
Do you believe Bethany is a reliable witness?
None of them are. None of them are reliable. They've all said things that are not true and patently false, especially on the 911 call and especially in the other interviews they've given. So
it's not just a matter of not maybe they were drunk or maybe they were not comprehending things. It's a little more than that. The reliability is not just in not giving coherent information, it's giving false information, right?
Well, information that is demonstrably false. I can't, and I'm not saying they're lying or intentionally deceiving. I'm just saying here's how you got to perceive me. Because what I think people want to do is when they don't have physical evidence, they come up with theories and then they try to find a witness that backs them up. All right? That's the problem. It's the problem with the way people think about crime. Everybody lies, and everybody lies for different reasons, right? Not all of them have to do with guilt. Some with embarrassment, some with lack of memory, some with, other reasons. My job is to look at the physical evidence and compare that to statements and determine which statements are supported by the physical evidence and which statements are refuted by the physical evidence. And when I find that you have statements that are refuted repeatedly by physical evidence from a particular witness, that's how we know that witness is not reliable for whatever reason.
What statements do you recall from Dylan that were refuted by the physical evidence? I think you've mentioned a couple of them.
But here's what I don't want to do. This is a rabbit hole that I know you guys want to dive down into and jerk off over, but I'm not doing that. I don't do that. I mean, to me, it's a distraction from the main features of this case, designed to prolong and go into rabbit holes that don't bear fruit. All right. All you need to know is they're not reliable. They've said things, and we've already discussed them. We discussed the 911 call. We discussed all that good stuff and the other interviews. We don't need to get into that granular detail. That's the problem. You want to get into the granular detail and really go over it like statements have meaning. Let me say something to you very bluntly. Physical evidence is king. It is the most objective and reliable documentation of the crime scene. That's why we have to bother to document and collect and test it. And it makes people angry when you ask for testing, when it goes against the things that they don't like, or the things that they do like with the narrative they've chosen, whether it's a defense attorney, a prosecutor, a judge, or a podcaster.
Boom, he just said it.
Right there.
Yeah, he just said it right there.
Yeah. Here, I'll play it back real quick for you, for those of you who didn't catch it. Thank you, bro.
Because I don't accept that she's a reliable witness because of so many things that have been said that are just not borne out by the evidence.
Do you believe Bethany is a reliable witness?
None of them are. None of them are reliable. They've all said things that are not true and patently false, especially on the 911 call and especially in the other interviews they've given. So
it's not just a matter of maybe they were drunk or maybe they were not comprehending things. It's a little more than that. The reliability is not just in not giving coherent information, it's giving false information, right?
Well, information that is demonstrably false. I can't, and I'm not saying they're lying or intentionally deceiving. I'm just saying here's how you got to perceive me. Because what I think people want to do is when they don't have physical evidence, they come up with theories and then they try to find a witness that backs them up. All right? That's the problem. It's the problem with the way people think about crime. Everybody lies, and everybody lies for different reasons, right? Not all of them have to do with guilt. Some with embarrassment, some with lack of memory, some with, other reasons. My job is to look at the physical evidence and compare that to statements and determine which statements are supported by the physical evidence and which statements are refuted by the physical evidence. And when I find that you have statements that are refuted repeatedly by physical evidence from a particular witness, that's how we know that that witness is not reliable for whatever reason.
What statements do you recall from Dylan that were refuted by the physical evidence? I think you've mentioned a couple of them.
But here's what I don't want to do. This is a rabbit hole that I know you guys want to dive down into and, jerk off over, but I'm not doing that. I don't do that. I mean, to me, it's a distraction from the main features of this case, designed to prolong and go into rabbit holes that don't bear fruit. All right. All you need to know is they're not reliable. They've said things, and we've already discussed them. We discussed the 911 call. We discussed all that good stuff and the other interviews. We don't need to get into that granular detail. That's the problem. You want to get into the granular detail and really go over it like statements have meaning. Let me say something to you very bluntly. Physical evidence is king. It is the most objective and reliable documentation of the crime scene. That's why we have to bother to document and collect and test it. And it makes people angry when you ask for testing when it goes against the things that they don't like.
Pause it. What are we
Bingo
listening
there.
for?
That right there, what he just said. Here, real fast. I'm not going to go back other than to write about here.
And it makes people angry when you ask for testing when it goes against the things that they don't like.
That right there, that statement. I think that's kind of an important statement. Is that what you were talking about, Moto?
110%.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I do agree with that statement, truly and honestly. Welcome back, Jesse. Now that you're back, we can move forward. I'm just kidding.
Before, what is Moto? Can you expand on that thought? What is your so enlarging that thought, meaning like
well, essentially what he's saying
the defense
right there
is doing that, or the state is doing that?
I don't think I think he's almost accusing both. From my whole interpretation from the beginning of this video, we don't have to rewind and watch it again. I think we've argued this enough. I think his statement here is saying, listen, I tried to get Ann Taylor to get that evidence tested. She didn't bother. She knew about the evidence. She didn't get it tested. Bill Thompson didn't want, the prosecution obviously didn't want this evidence tested. Right? Do you get sort of understand the statement now without saying it in so many words?
Yeah, I understand your thoughts. No.
Absolutely. I thought that was kind of an important statement to make. I mean, pretty much it is what it is with that statement. So
exactly, he's just putting the period, he's putting the exclamation mark there, and he's putting the stop there.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
My takeaway is a little different, and he said something different than what you're focused on. He said evidence is king. Yet, correct me if I'm wrong, he wants to overlook the timeline. It's not an important part of the case to him.
Yeah.
He wants to
what
overlook
he's saying is physical
table,
evidence is
and he wants to overlook the blatant print at Dylan's door.
No, what I think he's saying, the physical evidence is important, but those aren't at the top of his list. It's still important, but it's just not at the top of his list. Which are the defining key points of this case. So I don't think that he's saying that it's not important. It's not at the top of his personal list.
I can agree because he does make a statement earlier on where he said, I think it was about the table or something like that. And he said, there's bigger things we need to talk about here. And that's why I think that I agree with that part of it there, because he said that clearly with that statement. Bigger fish to fry, or however he said it right. But I think all of them all of the things are important, and he only had so much time with them, so that's why I think he made that statement there with them. So it does make sense.
Does that clear anything up for you, Eddie, or are you still pretty confused?
I'm not confused. I just wanted to point it out. It's a inconsistent. My takeaway is it's inconsistency. I would think that would be important in his line of work.
I don't disagree with you, but maybe it is important, but it's just not at the top of the list for himself.
Right. That's kind of how I took it when he made the statement about we have bigger things to talk about first. That's why I said that. But so I'm hoping that Eddie's not right, that those things are not important to him. You know what I mean? Because
Absolutely.
that is the problem then.
Absolutely. Like his comment a few seconds ago was evidence, physical evidence is king.
Right.
Yeah, but correct me if I'm wrong. Just moments ago, prior to that, he's not concerned about the footprint, the latent footprint at Dylan's door, because there's nothing else to match it against. I'm paraphrasing the best I can, but we all heard it.
I'm not 100% sold on that. I'm not 100% sold on that either, Eddie, because I believe they probably could have matched it to some prints that were outside of the house. But maybe what he's saying is there's no other footprints, or the footprints have been cleaned up beyond that particular print. Like in the living room area, there's no prints there to match it up to. There's no footprints in the upstairs or the second floor bedroom to match it up to. There's no prints that are similar to that to match it up to that are going down the stairs. That's why it's irrelevant at this point, because there's nothing else he can match that to.
But it still matters.
Right.
I'm not saying that it doesn't, but
right.
the fact is there's nothing else he can match that to in the house, so he can't use it.
Yes, okay. I gotcha. Darn. Unless it happened to Kaylee that way y'all were saying, and Amber Vance was saying, pointing out on her video.
Yeah, but when he brings up that shoe print, notice he stops right before he says anything else about that. It's like he almost wanted to. He almost slipped, but he just stopped on a dime right before he said anything else about that shoe print.
Yeah.
He said he can't talk about it any more than that.
He makes reference to that at some earlier, that there are certain things he does know things about, but he can't talk about. And I think he's catching himself to avoid getting hit again, for talking outside the box of the NDA. So
absolutely. I hope I'm making some sense here.
It does. It makes sense to me. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, I do.
Absolutely. Anything more to add, Eddie? Any other questions or thoughts or anything, or anybody?
No,
No.
Okay. Got you. Thank you very much.
But the things that they do, like with the narrative they've chosen, whether it's a defense attorney, a prosecutor, or judge, or a podcaster. And I don't do that.
I can say, Dr. Turvey, that I appreciate your candor, because it's allowing us to really understand what is factually significant and what isn't. And that's an important distinction for us to make.
Yeah.
And you mentioned a little bit earlier, you were talking about the fact that there's evidence of multiple weapons in a blunt object. So
yeah.
Can we talk about that a little bit? What factual evidence what direct evidence at the scene supports that? Because we don't.
Okay, and at that point, I just looked at how long we've been here. I'm going to stop this today. There's this was a long interview. I forgot. So what I'm going to do then is I have some hearings that I want to go through with you guys again, based off of this. So I'm going to finish the last little bit of this tomorrow, and then we're going to dive into these hearings and base it off of this and do our final take on this entire interview. So if you guys have questions, if you have specific points, anything at all, I want you guys to put them together, write them down, whatever, and we're going to break into those with that tomorrow. This has been an amazing breakdown on this. I really appreciate everybody's input on this, truly and honestly, because I think it's important to do it. And I know we're taking time on this, but I wanted to take time on this and very slowly go through it, stop it when we need to, talk about the things we need to talk about, all of that. And then when it's tomorrow, when we're finally done, we're going to do the final review on it all completely. And I'm also going to be bringing up, like I said, those hearings to go back and explain some of the things that were talked about in here too, to show different things on that. The things that, especially in like the continuance hearing and the third party suspect hearing and stuff like that. We're going to break those and discuss those and point out those things within these interview that could have been brought up and talked about as well. So once
I
again,
appreciate you giving us the chance to open up our opinions on this, Dago. Thank you very much.
That's what it's all about. That's why
Thank
we're
you.
absolutely, and that's why we're doing it over a 3-day period of time, taking our time, slowly going through it piece by piece by piece. It's important to me. It is that we do it like that. And again, I want to thank everybody for being able to understand. Everybody has differences of opinions, so on and so forth, and we're going to do that without being ignorant to each other. There's no reason for it. At this juncture here, which is odd, although we were at one point before, Eddie and I seem to be on completely ends of the spectrum in some aspects of this. But I still have absolute respect for him. I still consider him a friend.
Yes.
I'm still grateful that he's here every day to talk about these things. And that's the way this should be with everybody. Okay? A difference of opinion does not mean you're a different person. End of story. That's all I'm saying.
True.
So thank you, and please continue to be as respectful as you can with every bit of this, guys. So again, I want to thank Eddie, Leah, Miss Lori, Moto, Dylan was here, and somebody else was up here for Tomboy
And Jesse.
and Jesse. Again, thank you all for joining us up here as well. Hopefully you're available, if so, tomorrow, if you choose to be, of course. And everybody else, please make sure you tune in as well so that we can finish up this end of this little series, I guess we're calling it. And the other part of it that I'm going to throw together. I really appreciate your guys' opinions, your feelings, your theories, all of it. So thank you again for that. Any last words on anything before we get out of here from anybody on the panel with me here?
No, thanks so much, Dago. I appreciate you.
Yeah,
Oh, of course.
Yeah, no, thank you, Dago, again, and have a good night.
Absolutely.
Eddie, I love you.
Take care, everyone. Have a good night.
You too. Any last thoughts, Eddie?
There's a bit of an echo, Dago.
I hear it now. Well, yeah. Hold on a minute. It's coming through. I don't know why it does that there. Okay, go ahead and try it now, bud.
I've noticed that this is a very intense topic.
It is,
And
definitely.
people are like entrenched. They're very intolerant of an opinion that is against what their opinion is. But I think that in the chat, you don't need to delete anyone's comments. Let people own their comments. I can take it. I'm not offended. Say whatever you want to say and let the comment remain. I was surprised to see the one comment deleted today, though.
About the alcohol?
Yeah, that was not out of line. That's a reasonable question. And it's not an attack on anyone. It's very reminiscent. We've been over a similar situation way early in this case. Can you imagine, like, Jesse's theory about the first floor bedroom that he had today? Can you imagine if he, in the chat, texted that back in the day? That would have been a comment that would have been stricken down, especially in a Gilter's.
Well, even here, if you remember,
even in here, probably.
like with the surviving roommates, that was taboo. We weren't allowed to talk about them. So
Right.
there's a few
So,
things that were.
and today is, we're revisiting that. Really, we are. It's very restrictive and biased, just like in those, when we were visiting and frequenting the Gilcher's channels and trying to communicate with reasonable questions in their chat. It was not tolerated. And they would angrily stomp you down.
Yeah,
to the point where you're defeated and you don't want to say anything else. That's
Right.
what it was today.
Well, I think that comment was removed because, again, you're accusing somebody of something that, well, for him, he doesn't drink. I know he made that statement a while back, but
You don't know that.
That's what he
you're
said.
Yeah, that's well, yeah.
Based
Nobody
on
drinks.
that, I mean,
Especially
I don't drink
an
either.
alcoholic. Those are especially people who don't drink. You get what I'm saying?
Honestly, no, I don't actually with that one. What do you mean by that? I took that offhand somehow. What did you mean by that?
Alcoholics
They
claim
say
they
they
don't drink. Oftentimes, they're in denial and they portray themselves as someone who doesn't have an alcohol problem. That's commonly known. I'm not bashing anyone. I'm just stating
Well, I'm
fact.
a recovering alcoholic, so that's why I asked you what you meant by that.
Well,
and I haven't
didn't
drank a
insist-
drop in 8 years, so when I say I don't drink, I mean I don't drink anymore is what I'm saying. That's all. I was just trying to clarify what was being said. That's all. Yeah, I quit drinking 8 years ago, and when I say I don't drink anymore, I mean I don't drink. I don't know if maybe
I never
and
said.
I
I never
think what
suggested anything about you.
No, I know that, but what I'm saying is like if he's I don't know if what you're saying is maybe he was an alcoholic and he doesn't drink anymore. That way, maybe I don't know, but
I just don't take people at their word when it comes to alcohol because you're not going to get the straight facts from them anyway.
Okay.
If you follow what I mean, but if you're interpreting it a different way than my meaning, then
I understand. I
it's
think
not
I
what I'm-
understand what you're saying.
That's
but
not my.
It's all
I
right.
understand what you're trying to say, Eddie.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody that's an active
So-
alcoholic.
So in my,
I get it.
I should
get
qualify. In my personal experience, I know alcoholics, and they tell their doctors they won't. What's wrong with me, and the doctor asks, "Do you drink?" Of course, the answer is no. And I know alcoholics, and they are in denial. They don't say, "Yeah, I'm alcoholic." They deny it. So
Yeah. No,
if I'm the only one with that experience, that surprises me. But maybe I am.
I think the reason the comment was removed was because it was known that he had had the oral surgery. Anybody that was thinking he was slurring his words, it was because of that. So, and he was recovering with it. That's all.
It was a reasonable question, and I don't mean to spend the rest of the day talking about it, but
Exactly. The mods have certain standards that they go by based on what we talk about, and that was why they did what they did. So, just to protect certain things in here. That's all. Either way, moving forward with that, I beyond that, I should say, beyond that conversation piece there. Were there anything else that needed to be discussed before we shut everything down that anybody knows of?
No,
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
And don't hold back if need be. I don't want you to do that. That's all.
Sure.
I
No,
know what
didn't-
you meant now. I took it at first when you said it. I didn't come across clear. I know exactly what you were saying at this point. So.
Yeah, I am a little bit at a loss for words from all of that. If you misinterpreted me,
It's okay.
I didn't.
It's okay. I got it. It took me a minute to process how you were saying it, and then certain things in the chat they kind of covered it, and I get it. I fully get it. So don't worry about that. That was not offensive at all.
Okay. Yeah,
I
I
got it.
guess. Yeah, I guess it is a sensitive topic. I can understand that.
It
But
can be with some people that are going through recovery, stuff like that. If they hear it and they don't take it the way, like I first heard it and didn't take it right. That's all I was saying. An active alcoholic will oftentimes lie and say that they're not drinking anymore if there's even when they're still active is what I understand it now.
yes,
I
yes,
get it.
yes, yep, yep. That's it. So
Fully get it. I got
yeah,
you. It took me a minute to process. It's okay. And I apologize if I sounded sideways with it, but that's when I
that's
first heard it.
okay.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
I just
So
want to
we're
make sure
good.
we're good before we end the stream.
We're good, but don't worry about that.
Okay.
It's all good. So,
But yeah, there was a lot of attacking towards me today, and that's fine. Just let those comments remain.
well, we try to keep the chat civil, which is why they do that. That way
I
nobody
I
gets
know
riled up.
I don't know, Eddie. I didn't see any comments that were
I didn't
really
either.
really actually negatively targeted at you.
Mm-mm.
Well, the mods were busy talking about it, and I'm busy dealing with it. So maybe you didn't notice, but
Yeah, I know that they're automatically going to remove certain things that could be offensive to people. It's just an automatic thing because they don't want people getting offended. So they may not have been seen. I did see a couple things, and they were corrected. So I get it. There's a lot of people that this is a touchy subject. Period. Like you said right before we had this conversation, 100%. Um, it's one of them things that, but it needs talked out. It needs talked about, regardless of it. Okay, period. So, and people are going to have their opinions, guys, and that's what I stress this every day. We have to be able to have these comments. We have to be able to make these statements. We have to be able to have these conversations and do it like adults and work through it. End of story.
I got derailed pretty damn good today. I'll say that.
Yeah. Absolutely. It can happen. It can definitely happen. And like I said, that's why these conversations I feel have to be able to be had. There's channels that won't talk about things like this because they know what's going to happen. And if you can't do that and being an adult, there's a problem there. It's not just the subject; it's the entire situation, in my opinion. I know we can do that in here.
Yes.
And I know there's going to be people, no matter what, that are going to say that what they say because they're strong. Their feelings are strong, but you got to understand. So is the other person's feeling. Okay. And that's why you have to be able to find a way to meet in the middle and cross the bridge together, is all I'm saying. So some people aren't going to ever do it, and some people will be able to do it. But I appreciate the fact that you guys try to. That's important to me. Because at the end of
we
this,
love you, Eddie.
oh, he knows that. He does. Even the people that were probably making what could be disparaging comments, they still respect him truly and honestly because they're still here and they're still talking to him. So he knows that. And one more time, folks, if we all fully, absolutely agreed on everything 110%, that doesn't make sense to me. That's not possible, I don't think, in some senses. You have to be able to disagree on things. That's what makes some of these things interesting, too. And you learn from those disagreements, in my opinion. You learn new things and old things. So,
yeah, it is D. Smith. It is it is kind of an encroachment on free speech.
yes.
Yep, that's what we're talking about.
Thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that, brother.
So, all right. Well, thank you, everybody.
Yes, thank you again.
Thank you,
I
Doug.
appreciate you. Eddie, everybody here, as always, thank you very much. I appreciate that. The ability to be here and to talk through this interview is very important in this, I think, so that we go forward with this case with what we have in our minds as how we see the case. And I think that's very important to this. So thank you guys very much. Thank you to the moderators for doing an amazing job as always. Thank you to everybody that is here with us. Anybody that may have supported us in any other fashion, thank you so much for that. And at that point, guys, I'm going to say good night. Much love to you all. Keep doing what you do. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. That is what makes you the beautiful people. Don't forget, it is Wednesday, so I will be with Crimes After Dark tonight for anybody that's interested. And I will see you all very soon. Have a great night, folks. Bye-bye now.
The coffee's cold, the final stain. We laid the map out in the pouring rain. No hidden corners left to creep. The dark truth woke while the city was asleep. The evidence lines up straight and true, a perfect picture of what they chose to do. The quiet street erupts in flashing light, a reckoning delivered in the night. SWAT serves the warrant, loud and clear, the sound of justice, the only thing we hear at the TruCrime Cafe. We watch the suspect finally pay. The dark truth is backed and signed and sealed. The wound is closed, the name is finally healed. It's finally healed. The cafe's empty, closed for the night. We put the darkness back into the light. We'll wipe the counter, set the empty chair, and wait right here for the next secret laid bare. Until the